And of course, we need to give kudos to Randy for having steered us for so long. My kudos are reserved because he talked me into becoming chairman. So I don't know whether that's a good thing or not, but Randy's been promoted, Trina's been promoted. We got a great group. We've got some new folks that are going to be coming on board, and let's see if we can get this thing going. We need to give kudos to Randy for having steered us for so long. Yep. My kudos are reserved because he talked me.
What's happening there? We're getting a feedback.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Yeah, that's weird.
But I think we ought to take roll first, and let's start in the room here, and then we'll go online.
Okay, and I'm gonna actually just correct your pronunciation just to get it out of the way, because we will probably be working together for a while. It's spelled Trina, but just to mess everybody up, I actually pronounce my name Trina. So just act like there's two N's, but when you send me an email, don't put that second N in. So yeah, I just took over for Randy as the Cold Water Sport Fish Coordinator. I was the Northeastern Region Manager working with Natalie and Brenda out there. And it was a lot of fun, but it was 13 years and it was time to move on. I'm really excited about these new challenges. And yes, big nod to Randy for sitting in today to help with the continuity and also helping me prepare for all of these meetings, especially this meeting. This has been interesting and just looking forward to it.
Thank you. I'm T.J. Sokolis. I'm at large, and I'll chair the meetings for a little while.
Terry Hill, at large rep.
Rebecca Grenier, at large rep.
Mickey Anderson, Central Region rep.
Dave Behannon, Southern Region rep.
Russ Lawrence, Northern Region rep.
Ryan Newman, warm water rep. Rich Lobrovich, cold water.
Larry Finch, at large. Stuart Bagley, Trout Unlimited.
Tyler Robinson, Central Region Sport Fish Biologist.
Natalie Boyne, Northeast Region Sport Fish Biologist, and this is my longtime technician, Brenda Cargile. She's been with us for 6 years, and this is the first meeting I've ever drug her to. So, she's here right.
I'm Randy Oslinger. I'm Assistant Aquatic Section Chief over the species for the DWR in Salt Lake.
Clint Rutson, Assistant Aquatics Manager in the Northern Region.
Nick Braithwaite, a Fisheries Biologist in the Southern Region.
Okay, and I'll just call everyone's name online, just in alphabetical order, first names. So Calvin.
I'm Calvin Black. I'm the Assistant Aquatics Manager for the Division of Wildlife down in the Southeast region.
Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris Crockett. I'm the Regional Aquatics Manager of the Springville office. And I did want to give a shout out to Stuart Bagley. Stuart's got more seniority than I do down here in Central Region. He's a longtime employee of ours, so I'm excited to see him at the table there. But also just remember, you can't believe anything he says.
Okay, Dan.
Good morning. I'm Dan Keller. I'm in the Southern Region. I'm the new lake cow biologist.
Jamie.
Amy Sparger, up in Vernal, Northeastern Region rep.
And John.
Hi, yeah, I'm John Hudson. I work with Dan Keller down here in the Southern Region on warm water fisheries.
Great. And it looks like Taylor just joined us. Taylor, can you just a brief introduction?
Yeah, I'm Taylor Shamo. I work in the Southern Region, work with AIS and some other fish stuff. So, yeah.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
So everybody, everybody had a chance to look at the minutes. I think that's next on the order. I have one correction that I put out. Page 5, or 5th page, where it says didn't catch the water. That was Clinton reporting, and I think that was Lost Creek that he was talking about. That's the one correction I picked up. Anybody got anything else?
Where are the minutes at?
Ones that were sent out?
I never saw them.
Randy, what did we do if not everyone saw the meeting minutes?
I think probably the moves, we'll make sure those get sent out after the meeting.
Okay.
Review them the next meeting. I think probably it's fair enough that they make that change that TJ talked about, so that's pretty simple one.
Want to bump it to the next meeting then?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get those out. All right. Then we won't move on the minutes till the next meeting. Next, I think, is what, regional updates?
Yes.
Who do you want to start with?
Boy, let's start with the central region. Does that work?
Yeah.
Or not?
Just pulling up my presentation. Maybe a share, no share.
Oh, really? Have you?
Coming up.
I can click the share button, but it's not.
Are you telling it what window you want it to?
Yeah.
share? And it's not letting you?
No, window. There we go. Now it is.
Okay, there we
There
go.
we go. Yeah, I'll make this as quick as I can. I had a UAC meeting, so it's kind of a repeat of what I presented there, but I have a lot less time, so I will try to cruise through this. But what we kind of did this year, Mike and I had, let's see. I'll just share from this side, not a big deal. We had some projects in our central region, mostly creels. We had the Lower Provo River creel and the Jordanelle creel. We're still working with that Lower Provo River creel through at least January. We had some hiccups that we all know with land access issues, and we kind of halted on the early part of our January of 23. We're gonna move that to January of 24, just to accompany those days that we had to miss. Just some of the stuff we did, we separated by regions, did a bunch of angler counts. We're kind of assuming there's probably a lot less people fishing it due to this angler access issue that we've had. So our numbers might be a little lower, but we're not gonna know that until we go through all the data, but that's kind of what we've initially been seeing here. What our creel clerk's been seeing, there's a lot of bug hatches, but they seem to be smaller. I'm sure some of you guys can probably speak to that more than he can. He's our bug expert in our office. He's pretty good with them. A lot better than I am, and probably better than Mike. Sadly, Mike's a pretty good bug guy. But the one thing that we're seeing is a lot of anglers are wanting more boat access. It's kind of been a common trend to fish those stretches that they can't get to. They're noticing that getting on the river is a lot more challenging for their fly crafts. So that might be something in the future that we can talk about, but fishing's been pretty good from what we've been hearing. People are catching fish, and their biggest thing that they're happy about is these are all natural fish. We're not stocking any fish in the Provo. Never have, never will. People enjoy that part that they're catching real wild fish in that system. As for Jordanelle, kind of the same methods. We separated our lake in 3 areas, did some angler counts, stratified across the whole summer, weekend, weekdays. We had 73 total surveys were conducted during that. And what our techs kind of saw from the season, we had 2 techs. One had to go to college, so I had to hire somebody for the last 2 months. And the first stretch, Nate, he was very involved. He's a natural clear clerk, what I think Stuart was back in the day. Nate really liked it. He talked to a lot of guys. He enjoyed it. And a lot of guys loved that his presence was out there and they were able to give their opinion. Some of the things they talked about, of course, were they want more fish, but everybody wants more fish in their systems. They also were sarcastic and they wanted to put fish that they can catch in Jordanelle. But one of the more important ones was our Rock Cliff area on the far east side. High water was pretty high all year round, and guys could fish there longer than they have in the past. And they realized that boat ramp was kind of struggling. There's no dock for putting a boat in. So it's good for your paddle boarders and kayakers and float tube guys. But for some guys that have smaller fishing boats, it was a struggle for them to use that ramp by themselves. The state park was such a zoo this year that they weren't even able to get there. Sometimes Jordanelle State Park was closed by 10 a.m. on the weekends because there weren't no parking spots. So it really hindered fishermen. Of course, a lot of fishermen don't fish during that time because they don't want to deal with the recreational boat traffic. A potential future project for us at Jordanelle. Other than that, fishing was good. Kokanee fishing was phenomenal this year. You talked to a lot of guys and they could easily get a limit of fish. They were actually not going to Strawberry and choosing to go to Jordanelle, which probably never happened in its years, which is really good to hear. We did some electro fishing this year as well. We did Jordanelle and Deer Creek. Did them both the same dates as before, but water temps were a little bit colder than normal given how high our flows were, but we had to decide do we want to keep the date same or try to get up to water temperatures, and we just tried to keep our dates consistent. We still caught fish, but definitely not as much as years past. So this is between Jordanelle. You can see those, one specifically our perch numbers. Whether that is a sign of high water and those fish were more challenging to get to with our electro fishing gear, where we were dodging trees all night long. Rebecca was out there with us. TJ was out as well. And that could be a reason where we're actually seeing a lot less perch numbers. We're gonna have to look into that. But we have a lot of mouth in that system, so it wouldn't shock me if they're eating all their perch. So, but our smallmouth numbers were also a little bit lower, but that is one of our objectives on that lake, is try to improve size structure. So it's good to see a lot less fish in the smallmouth realm. Hopefully they grow here soon. Still haven't encountered any tiger muskies though in Jordanelle. Deer Creek was kind of same. We had a lot less smallmouth, hardly any perch. We had a lot more rainbows though, which was kind of nice to see that we're getting some carryover in Deer Creek. We had a lot of happy anglers this winter with the ice fishing season, that they were able to fish out there almost from January through March and April. Some guys were even pushing it pretty late. So it's good to see that the rainbows are carrying over and they're doing well in there. Just some early conclusions. Although we saw less smallmouth, the size structure was still even smaller than years past, so that's a slight concern. Rainbow trout numbers were higher, but a lot of these surveys are targeted for perch and bass and bluegills, ones we don't sample well in our nets. So we'd like to see what we can do, and I'll dive into this information a little more and try to get some better results. Like I said, we still haven't got any tiger muskies. We shocked one, but like we were talking about at the beginning of the meeting, we never got a chance to get a net on it. So they're in there. We've had a guy catch one in our creel. He reported that he caught one. So we know they're there. We just got to figure out how we can get them when we go sample. So, but again, I think high water played into a lot of this. It was difficult shocking. We couldn't get on the shore as much as we used to. We're diving in and out of trees. It was kind of a challenge to use our equipment the normal way we shock out of those systems. And then to finish up, a quick strawberry update from Alan. We all kind of know the Kokanee situation in the state is slightly struggling, but they were able to get still some good numbers, and fishing is expected to be pretty good. In the coming years, his silver Kokanee were higher than the year before, so I would indicate some good fishing coming up. Cutthroat levels are at target, and so are rainbow trout catch rates. So strawberry seems to be doing pretty well, even though some anglers would like to argue different with us. But again, we have high water, and that makes fishing a lot more challenging because those fish can scatter. A little project update for them. The Chicken Creek East Access opened. We had a formal grand opening in July. It's been open, I think, since last November or October, but we kind of did more formal as with the Forest Service and public. Then providing some awards to some guys in recognition for their support in the project. But they have the divider dock built that's going to be put out next spring, and they have some concrete blocks that are purchased. Whenever that water level drops enough, they can put those concrete blocks in and extend that boat ramp to get some larger crafts or make it easier on boats launching when that water is potentially low. And then potential projects, something to look into. I already talked about the hand launching on the Provo River. That's something that Mike and I really just came up with. Well, Mike really came up with it recently, and he kind of informed me the other day. So it might be something we here at Blue Ribbon can fund, given the Blue Ribbon status of the Provo River. Could be motorboat access as well, so we'll have to have a discussion about that. Something I've been trying to work with this Jordanelle and potentially Deer Creek, our fish habitat structures. I know Randy's been working with that project on what's approved in some of our reservoirs, so we're still working with that. But Clint's done some of that. I know Natalie's done some of that, so I think we as a group can probably fund another lake to help our fish recruit into Jordanelle and get our numbers back up and get some size structure back up as well. Although it's not Blue Ribbon, it's been in the conversation for years now is Diamond Fork. We pushed back our restoration work this year because the floods really washed out the river from even what we worked on. We wanted to give it one more year to settle, and then next year we're going to continue our work. And hopefully in the next couple of years, we can consider Diamond Fork a blue ribbon fishery. We're really trying to beef up that system all around for not just sport fish, but for all aquatic systems and all species. So it's a cool river. We got a lot of projects planned with the Forest Service. We have some money due to the wildfires. But just start thinking about that as well. When it's my turn to have some blue ribbon waters be presented, Diamond Fork might be on your guys' radar.
Has that stabilized the banks on that?
It's hard to tell. We had a lot of banks completely wash out, and kind of at the entrance, there's a road there that the beaver dams exploded, and it basically reverted the river to a whole new channel. Our habitat crew has been doing what they can to get it back to how it was. But there's so much they can do because Mother Nature takes one more flood and it's going to knock out all the work. Mike spent 2 weeks building that river up, and a lot of our structures we put in last fall, they don't look the same. We spent hours and hours putting them in, and that river just destroyed them. So it's hard to say if it's stabilized. We're going to do a project next year. Again, what we were supposed to do this year. We just can't have 900 inches of snowfall again, which is an anomaly in itself. But we did shock it this year, and we got some fish. We saw a lot more cutthroat than we did in the years past, which was good. We've been stocking them in there for years. Brown trout are still healthy. So it's just a matter of stabilize enough where the bugs can start reproducing and kind of feed these fish. But what we're seeing, there's still fish in there, and there's still good looking fish in there.
Have you done little test things in there? Just recently?
Shocking wise? Like,
no, there's water, or there's some but gravel has been pushed up, forming little waterfalls. Was that done by you guys, or was that done just by natural flood?
I think a lot of it was natural flood, depending on where the location is. If it's closer to Spanish Fork Canyon,
it was up above campground. It was below the big camps, the big group camps, and
so
above
that
the
was
main diamond camp.
Be our stretch we were supposed to do this year. So we were above the campground.
There was
the painted rock cliff area. From there
some
down, it's where our stretch was last year, and that was a lot of the structure we put in. Some of it held better than others. A lot of it's still noticeable, but it's not designed how it should have.
It was new stuff.
Yeah.
I was just wondering but I couldn't see any tracks where a tractor had been able to get down in to move that much gravel. But
no, we didn't do anything this year. So it could be some remnants of our stuff last year, depending on the exact location of it is, but it was right around just upstream from the campground is when it worked. But other than that, one final proposal potentially coming up is equipment. We got shocking coming up on the Provo. I know we talk about all these projects with fun, and last year there was a lot less equipment purchases. So I'm thinking maybe you guys would be willing to purchase a new electrofisher for us in the central region, whether it's a backpack shocker or an apex unit like the northern region has. Something to make my life more efficient. Out on Jordanelle this year, we lost that tiger muskie because our system surged and we couldn't get our system back up to shock that thing. Our backpack shockers are pushing 20 some years old. Might be time to get something new. As much as Mike probably doesn't want to break into some new equipment, I would like to break into some new equipment. So we'll convince him otherwise. Chris might be on board for that as well. But yeah, just something to think about for projects. We don't have a ton, but a lot of this stuff is something you guys have tackled in the past and just something I'm willing to add on to on my waters. So.
Thanks, Tyler. Just in the interest of on schedule, and let's move to the northeastern region.
I can't remember when our last actual blue ribbon was. Someone remember the date? It's hard to summarize an entire season worth of
June 15th.
10 minutes. Even the highlights. Some of the highlights is going to take too long. But I think we'll just start with, we all participated, everybody in our region participated in a large scale cutthroat restoration treatment up in the OE. So it was phase 2 of the wilderness treatment up in the Hyulinas. A group went up top, a group went down below to run the detox station, but it went smoothly. Everybody was, it rained and it thundered and lightning just like before, but that's what happens in the Hyulinas. But we got the job done for the most part, but it will require a phase 3 treatment. It is absolutely unbelievable. The hydrologic and the different structures and the way that water boils out of the Uinta Mountains. There are still, even after 2 treatments, there are still brook trout in the very headwaters of Owie Creek. And it was treated multiple times, even during the treatment, and they're still there. So it is a complex system, probably more complex than anyone could have ever guessed, more challenging. I'd say it's probably at this point one of the most challenging projects I've ever worked on because of the remoteness of it, just being 13 miles from anything, taking horseback into the location itself, and then just trying to accomplish the work that we have to accomplish. Our crew hikes 30 miles in the time we're there. I mean, there's so much hiking involved and running back and forth between trips, and it's challenging. So kudos to our crew of 11 up top, and kudos to the crew on detox station down below, because this year's treatment went as smooth as it could have possibly gone. But there's going to be another one next year. To get this done right, there's going to be another one.
You think you can get that?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. It's hard. It's so hard to say just because the headwaters are so complex. I mean, there's places that you can't see because it's so overgrown. There's springs boiling up out of the ground and then they disappear and come back someplace else. Like, it is just crazy how complex the headwater system of that single drainage is right there in the Uintas. And you're at 11,500 feet. So it's nothing's easy when you're working up there. You find something wrong, you have to improvise and go figure out how to treat it or how to fix it, how to do it differently. But I think our crew being up there 2 years in a row now understands the system better, and we'll give it the best possible shot we can next year to try to get it done. I know they've already got a stocking plan kind of put in place to aerial stock it with helicopters. There's some areas of the drainage that are completely brook trout free. When you get to the very top in the main stem and it's still got brook trout in the headwaters, it's obviously tough pill to swallow. But I think we'll still keep working on it and see what happens after year 3 of Owie. But there'll be a crew up there again, and it's quite the adventure, we'll say that much. In and out. Trina can attest to that too, because she was down on the bottom end of detox.
Those guys are trying to kill me, I swear.
It's wild. And then I guess the other highlight too was Brian's still working on a North Slope treatment too, where it was basically 4 of us biologists running full time for 3 full days of helicopter work, completing, I don't know how many stream miles it is. I think it's like 35 stream miles and 3 or 4 separate lakes. So we did the Owie number 2 and this North Slope number 1 for this phase all in the same season, and it about killed us all dead. But we're here, got new phases coming up. Things are looking good in that system. So there's a lot of cutthroat restoration work going on in the region. And then quickly, starvation. We did the fall walleye index netting on the 22nd, I think, of October. We did scale it down a little bit this year, just in the interest of time, and we just don't need to collect as much data as we would a full scale for netting. But we got some good results. Unfortunately, the catch per unit effort for walleye only dropped to, it was 0.53 catch per unit effort for fish per hour. Last year, it's 0.52 this year. So it didn't do a whole lot of change, which I was hoping for more because of all the outreach we've been doing to try to help harvest some of those small walleye. There's still a lot of walleye in the system. Some positive notes though, relative weights jumped up for walleye, relative weights jumped for smallmouth bass, relative weights jumped for rainbow by almost 10. So everything in the system seems to be more healthy this year, but there's still a lot of mouths in the system itself. So we'll keep chugging away. We've got a tagging study going on right now, and we tagged 570 walleye, I believe, in the middle of the summer. And we are still getting angler returns. They just basically plug them into the website and they tell us where they caught them, report the tag back. And we're getting reward tags back and we're getting non-reward tags back, which is great. But I think we're almost up to 50 tags that we've gotten back from those efforts that we put in. And we continue to, I check them every 2 weeks to see who's submitted tags. And we continue to get them. So we hope that they continue to come in through the winter, through ice fishing season, so we can get a full year worth of exploitation.
How are the perch?
The perch finally came back after what, 7 seasons. Our forage netting they were loaded. We had one micro mesh perch net with 1,800 perch in it. It was a
Did you
nightmare.
just throw it?
It was a
throw it
nightmare.
Just throw it away.
It took us almost 3 hours to get through one single net. I'm surprised my crew didn't quit after that, because there's nothing worse than picking, well, wiper about is that. There's nothing worse than picking perch out of a gill net. Your hands are destroyed. You have spines stuck in them for days. Like, it is brutal.
And those small little fish they're so small that your hands start to cramp because you're not used to little teeny like,
Brutal.
yeah, it's rough.
It's brutal, but perch reservoir wide, the numbers are definitely up. The brood stock perch numbers are up significantly. So yeah, the perch are back, and I think that's one reason why fishing there was such a challenge this year. Coupled with having high water. I mean, we had high water at starvation. Just like Tyler, we were shocking in places we've never shocked in my entire career. We were up in willows that were on banks that I'd never even seen. The willows were actually submerged in starvation all year long, right until the very end. There were big walleye sitting in 4 feet of water, ambushing perch all through the summer and all through the fall. So they had opportunity to eat all the time. And Brenda just finished up the aging of the spines this last week. And we got to just plug those in and put them in our FAM software, and we'll be able to get some pretty good data analysis and growth rates from those fish. And I hope that we see a big growth spurt in those smaller walleye. We'll see, but we're hopeful that they did a lot of growing this year and not a lot of biting everybody's hooks, which is unfortunate, but you can't have both all the time. So that's pretty much it. Guard sent me a quick slide here, but looking at them, the main take home point, they sampled the Strawberry River in October, the same week that we finished up the twin nettings. They saw some good things. The brown trout numbers looked good, but they sampled 2 stations, the upper station above Camelot. That one had significant, I guess, drawback or cutthroat were there last year when they sampled. This year, cutthroat were not present at all in that upper reach. The brown trout down below looked really good, and the brown trout numbers have jumped. But things are still coming back on the Strawberry River, and every time we get a big flood through that system, it's damaging these fish populations. It impacts them significantly. So every time we seem to make progress moving forward, we get a big flood come through, and it seems to push us back. So we'll hopefully be seeing some better numbers even next year. But there's nice browns. They're scattered. I think down in the lower end's a little bit better than the higher end right now, what they gathered from these 2 surveys. So that 10 minutes?
Yeah, 2 questions maybe. Yeah. A little bit of time.
Do you have any reports on Lake Canyon? When we talked about it last time, it was 60 to 70% kill is what you thought.
So I've fished Lake Canyon several times this year. It's come back nicely from that winter kill. You were still able to catch cutthroat and tigers all season long in there. Their growth should be pretty good this year. Brian and Garner are actually staging for a project up there right now that they're going to do next spring. But I think water flow coming into Lake Canyon is better than it's been over the last several years. So you've got good stream flow coming into the lake. That's going to help reduce the risk of the chance of winter kill there this year. So we're hopeful that none of that's going to happen up there. I think for next year, you're going to be looking pretty darn good for Lake Canyon. The other thing I should mention too is I fished all 3 Diamond Mountain lakes this year for the first time in my life. The rainbow trout growth up there is phenomenal. We always know that happens, but to see those 3-inch fish go from 3 to 10-inch fish in 3 or 4 months, and to see the 10-inch catch pools go up to almost 16, 17 inches in that same time, and they're this wide. They're the healthiest rainbows we have in the whole system right now, I would say. Starvation and those fish look similar.
And kraut survived?
Grouse survived all through the summer and the fish were great and actually caught the most rainbows out of grouse out of all 3 lakes. Fly fishing them. So that's great to see. I really see no reason why Diamond Mountain Lakes will not survive through the winter this year. They hardly lost any elevation, maybe a foot low on all 3 of them. So coming into winter, we look excellent. And we all know with Diamond Mountain Fisheries, the biggest key to those things being successful is overwintering fish and keeping those going for as long as possible. So next spring, I would say venture up there and go explore and catch some of those footballs because we're going to manage it as long as we can with all 3 reservoirs and hopefully we get another good water year. So Diamond Mountain looks really good this year.
Do you have a quick pelican report?
Pelican, yes, we're doing a creel there. Pelican fish great for bass all season long. The bluegills still are struggling. There's still just so many, the density is so high. But the bass fishing was pretty good all season long. It kind of towards the fall tapered down a little bit, but I was still able to go out and I caught bass on jigs, trolling small crankbaits, and that was in October, mid-October. I was still able to go out and catch bass throughout the reservoir. The tiger muskie are coming around still. We stocked a batch of 6-inch tiger muskies. I was telling Tyler earlier, like, the bass have no hesitation on eating a 10-inch tiger muskie. There was a bass that was 14 inches long that had 3 10-inch tiger muskie on it the day after we stocked it. So they have no hesitation on what they want to eat. So
They know what.
there's fish, there's tons of Our anglers have caught a few tiger muskie this year. We did stock a batch of 500 10-inch wipers in there to see what they're gonna do. One negative thing right now is we have found yellow perch in the sediment catch basin above Pelican Lake. That means they have gotten through what we manage as the fish screen, and they're in the sediment catch basin, so it's highly likely that they have gotten down into Pelican Lake, which is not something we ever wanted to see. But we're still searching for the source. I mean, Brenda and I were out yesterday searching for the source of where these things are coming from. They're coming through the canal system and actively hitting the fish screen right now as we speak. And we cannot find the source right now. So that is something that we're investigating right now.
You think they're being transplanted?
It's a lot of them though. I mean,
In the spring, we thought they were coming from Bruff because Bruff was an illegal introduction of yellow perch, and they did spill Bruff for the first time pretty much ever. So there was a source in the spring, but these ones that are coming through the fall, there's no possible way Bruff water can get into the canal right now. They're coming from a completely different place. I don't know. It's kind of frustrating. Pelican's always been frustrating. Now it's the most frustrating project I worked on my entire career.
okay, thanks, Natalie. Let's go to the northern.
I'll let you do it.
Want me to do it?
You were writing notes.
Yeah, well, Clint obviously knows a lot of stuff here, but I got a debrief. At Pine View, they tagged 45 tiger muskies, doing that through electrofishing and a lot of, well, Clint, you better do this because my notes aren't that great. I'll continue to write my notes.
So everybody's talking about, water levels. Right now, most of the reservoirs in the region are sitting above 80% capacity. Some of them almost at 90% full. So it makes things a little different, a little bit difficult. Anglers really struggle catching tiger muskies at Pine View this year. We stocked some 8-inch fish this year, collected them this fall, anywhere from 12 to about 14 inches. And then we found some age 1 fish as well, electrofishing. We have some money, and I'll be ordering some structures. We'll put them in the south arm this next spring. As we talk about opportunities for Blue Ribbon to help, we'll be looking for lots of hands for a couple of weeks, probably install $20,000 worth of habitat structures in Pine View. But the muskies look really good. We got a new Apex unit on our electrofishing boat, made some upgrades. And the first couple of days, and I'll let you guys know, electrofishing with an electric trolling motor is not successful chasing tiger muskies. Like, they spook before the electricity gets to them. They've been fished that hard that the electric trolling motors are like, they're spooking fish. A big kicker motor that's running doesn't, we like roll right up. So we're rolling, I don't know, 4 or 5 miles an hour, going pretty quick, but putting anywhere between 800 and 1,000 volts in the water with 30 amps, and we are just sucking muskies to us. So as you start looking, we completely removed. I mean, we set this thing up to put an electric trolling motor on, and we have removed the electric trolling motor off of our electric fishing boat because of spooky fish. Everything else you can catch, but tigers you can't. And then we talked about East Canyon, had some really.
What, do you want to talk about the research? At all? Is that,
What did we have?
well, the flag?
Just a little FYI, Chris, Penny, and our outreach team, we did some videos descending crappies and perch under the ice this last year. That's hitting the division blog here within the next couple weeks. It's not necessarily for anything more than education, but fish caught below, deeper than 30 feet show signs of barrel trauma, at least in our fisheries. Those fish are not making it more than just under the ice and just dying. So we put together, we have videos of releasing crappies at 30, 40 feet, perch at 30 or 40 feet, and then swimming off with no, actually by the time they make it to 20, they're already starting to swim, and some of them swam off the descender device before we got deep enough. And this is so that guys can, we find a lot of anglers now that ice houses are the way to ice fish instead of being mobile. Guys will sit there and catch 120, 140 4-inch crappies, but they all end up under the ice and they're just dead. Same with perch. And so we would like to give some opportunities to allow them to save some of these fish. And so that's something that we'll be sharing through the division's webpage. One interesting fact, and it's been, as Chris was talking, other countries and other guys that have done the same type of thing in the ocean as well as in freshwater, large predators, and we found a tiger muskie following every fish that we let down. Every fish that we put down, we had tiger muskie follow all the way to the bottom. So they do key in on these struggling fish. But if they get one out of 140, they're taken care of for a little while. So, but it was really cool, and that will be on the division's webpage. East Canyon, we netted this summer. Some of the biggest wipers we have in the region are currently at East Canyon, all state record. But it's doing okay. It's not anything outstanding. But the wipers are doing really, really well. Not as many crawdads along the shorelines as I spent a night electric fishing as I remember there being. And when we sampled and took stomach contents of those wipers, they were full of crawdads. And not just like a couple, but like 6 or 8 or 10 crawdads in each belly. So hitting that food source really heavy. We talked about Lost Creek. This spring we had some really good cutthroat in the nets. Through the summer, we started receiving lots of reports that things were not the way we had caught in our nets from anglers. Chris, Having Equal, and Taylor went up and they caught some really small little planter fish and a bunch of chubs. And due to timing, so we went back and in middle of October, and it was all big cutthroats, rainbows, flake, tigers, and no chubs. I caught my largest cutthroat on that trip. So we're going to go back and sample this spring to see if we just if it's just because the last 2 years have been below 40% capacity, almost 75-degree water temperatures, which really plays favors for chubs in that reservoir. A really interesting note is Lost Creek was the only water of all the ones that we've been stocking with kokanee that actually had a spawn this year. We had over 170 fish a couple of weeks in a row that were above the Deseret bridge. So they were actively moving upstream, which is great considering that we've really struggled the last couple of years getting kokanee quotas met through our fish traps at the gorge and Strawberry. So it may have a population that will persist. The other two, we had one fish show up at Rockport and like 7 at East Canyon this fall. And that's within a 6-week time frame of sampling every week. And then Willard, we just wrapped up all of our Willard netting the middle of October. Wipers look amazing. We spent some money in the spring and bought 1 million wiper fry and had them shipped air freighted, and Taylor and I stocked them and they looked amazing. And we have young and year wipers in nets this fall. And not just a few, like in enough numbers that even anglers are catching them, fish and worms for catfish or whatever. So little guys, 4 or 5 inch wipers showing up. Cats look really, really good. We started doing age. So all the fun work that you're doing right now, Brenda. Taylor's working those spines up right now. But the data that we collected, he went back to the first initial stockings of Willard. We've never had an age class of walleyes, a young and year age class of walleyes that we do now. Usually we'll catch 6 or 8 walleyes through the entire 4 days of setting 8 gill nets. And we were catching 8 to 10 walleyes in every net. Best age class we've seen. So if they make it through the winter, they will do very well. We'll have some pretty hungry fish, I imagine. I've never seen the water so clear at Willard as it was this year. So whatever, we threw as many predators in there as we could this year to get ahead of it, because in 2016, shad overpopulated things and our anglers really struggled catching fish because they could just swim around and open their mouth and eat shad. So there's not a lot going on with the Weaver other than water flows. There's been lots of fluctuations. Weaver Basin and I have been talking, they're trying to keep 50 CFS this winter, all winter long, but there's a bridge project that these guys can't figure out how to work in 2 inches of water, and so they keep asking for them to shut the water off. And there's no agreement to have water flow down the Weaver below Echo.
And like a week ago, it went to 500 for 2 or 3 days.
They had a window when that crew wasn't in there, and they're like, we're at 87% capacity at Echo. And they pulled the lever. But they slowly ramped it up. They went 100, 200, 300, and then I saw, so we're going to have some fluctuations all winter. Hopefully after Wednesday, there'll be a constant 50 to 60 CFS the rest of it.
Guys called and said, hey, what's going on? They just washed out all the spawning beds.
Yeah,
Why
people were
did they do
so
that?
mad.
Yeah.
People were so
And it was,
mad.
and I've got calls, my calls are, why are you managing that way? And the division does not manage water releases. We would love to see 100 CFS be released, right? Like then it just comes out of the reservoir from October 15th to April 15th, but it doesn't work. The last thing I will share, and this is still in development mode, we found Eurasian water milfoil in Tony's Grove Lake at the top of the Logan Canyon and the top of the Logan River. Friday, we will be seeing where that is also found. Thought it probably came from Bear Lake and recreation users there, because there is some there. Forest Service is already getting ready to treat. Richard Gibbs shared some information on chemical to use. So they're looking for that source, and before public's allowed in, they're going to try to drain it or lower it a little bit and treat, because it's not very thick there. So the last thing we want to have is Eurasian water milfoil in every impoundment that we have and in any little backwater pool and in Cutler, and then to have it go everywhere else. So that's still to be determined. But that's my report. I try to make it quick.
It sounds like that they're having really impressive results with that Priscilla to treat that stuff. See if it holds out everywhere, Utah. Yeah, seems promising. So, okay, thank you. Let's go to Calvin.
Couple of questions, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I was up in Ensign Ranch last month, and I'm just surprised to see so much algal bloom. That green algae was up there, and and it seems like a lot of the system has had that in it, even with all this high water we've had. I have never seen it up at Ensign Ranch before. And of course, I've only been going up there for 6 years, but I'm curious what you guys are seeing about that, because it seems like with all this water.
It's a huge nutrient load that is coming from all different places. I've got streams that have algal blooms in them that shouldn't have algal blooms in them. I've got vegetation that shouldn't have even grown this year that it sure did. And they're just a huge nutrient load. Conditions are just perfect. They're like, water temps are getting 70, 75 degrees, surface temps. And it's just kind of like great growing opportunities for the algae. It really is. And it takes some time for all the zooplankton to get caught up to like start knocking that back.
Gotcha.
But that's also a fish food, right? Like the nutrients are good at a certain point. It makes it really tough to fish. But yeah, we've seen it everywhere. In fact, one of the shores when they were elected Bishop Pineview was almost impossible to see in a foot of water because there's so much algae.
And we saw it in the northeastern region this year, and I know Richard Hepworth, he and I were talking about it, saw it in the southern region. And so, yeah, if you think, oh, it'd be great this year, now that increased water, that increased runoff brings in a lot more nutrients, and then it settles down, and then when the lake turns over or whatever, in the fall especially, you just see.
It just goes bonkers.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Hey, go to Calvin. And before he starts, he's going to be talking about this handout. So there were some down there. There's not enough. I have one more, or I can make some copies if needed.
I'm going to try to share that. Is that popping up on your guys' screen, Trina?
It is. Can you make it bigger?
How's
That's
that?
better. Yeah, good.
All right. Mostly this is just pictures, but I wanted to give a quick update on some of our fall gill netting on our blue ribbon water. So Huntington Reservoir, we've netted this fall. Our catch rates and stuff and overall size of our tiger trout were really well. They look great. Even though our average size fish is only 14 inches, they're over a pound and a quarter. Things are looking really good. Splake were introduced in 2021 into the reservoir, and they're averaging 16 inches, and we've had several up to 19 inches in there. So if you're looking for some fall fishing, even some early ice fishing, Huntington is a place to go. If you look at the photo there, on the far left is tiger trout, on the right is splake. They're fat and healthy. Unbelievable numbers. Going to be a good year of fishing up there, so get up and try it. Moving into Joe's Valley, we always do a fall net on Joe's Valley Reservoir. As far as numbers, everything looks similar, and everything's kind of about in the same balance and same time for rates and quotas and everything that we've managed for. So things are looking good. Good splake, good cutthroat. We've even had some nice tiger muskies this fall. So everything seems to be producing and looking quite well in there. Should be some good ice fishing up there also. Duck Fork Reservoir, because of the big snowpack this year and runoff, we were really late getting into the spawning trap this year. We didn't get in there till late June and start spawning until July. However, we had the best spawning run we've ever had since the new trap was designed. So We had over almost 600 cutthroat enter the trap. We've spawned 110 fish, produced 112,000 eggs. We actually produced 67,000 cutthroat, not 63. So really good rates for us. Those cutthroat were stocked out into our fair and drainage, some of our sport fish projects, project waters here in the region, and a bunch went to the southern region for some sport fish cutthroat needs for them. Just some other regional sampling events that we had. We conducted our fall electrofishing on Huntington Creek. You can see that picture on the top left there, one of the browns we collected. We sample on the right fork of Huntington Creek. We have two sites, one by Old Folks Guard Station and then one right below the Electric Lake Dam. We had good numbers in both sections, and we're seeing recruitment from our brown trout. Our cutthroat that we're stocking is surviving, but we're not getting much recruitment out of them, out of some of the other tributaries, but up there we're doing okay. So things are looking well on Huntington Creek. We conducted our Schofield fall gill nets also. Probably at another meeting, I'll go more into depth with our Schofield numbers and stuff like that. And we're looking to propose that as a blue ribbon fishery later this year. And then we also conducted some fall netting on Electric Lake. Our cutthroat and tiger trout were doing really good. Nice big fat fish, good returns on our gill nets. I don't have a picture of our kokanee. We had quite a few kokanee in our gill nets also. Our fish up there in Electric, our kokanees tend to spawn a little later, even though they're early runs. They don't really start spawning until October up there. So if you're looking for a later opportunity to see spawning red kokanee in the tributaries, Electric's the place to go. But we had kokanee up to 19, 20 inches in our gill nets from our shoreline gill nets. The one big project that we've been working on that I've spent most of the summer working on is our LaSalle cutthroat project. We have a unique lineage of Colorado River cutthroat trout down on the LaSalles. They've been in a small population in Beaver Creek. It's only about 3 miles long. Over the past couple of years, Fountain Green Hatchery have been able to help create a brood source for us out of those fish from Beaver Creek. And after 2 rotenone treatments over the last 2 years on 2 Mile and LaSalle Creek, we were able to go in and reintroduce native cutthroat to the LaSalles this year. So we stocked 1,100 cutthroat into 2 Mile Creek and 2,200 into the LaSalle Creek. That now bumps us up to about 17 miles of occupied habitat on the LaSalles with native cutthroat versus the 3 that we've been had in the previous few years. So there's just a picture of us down into 2 Mile Creek. So that's just a few pictures I wanted to share. A couple other things that we got going on. A quick update on last year's projects. Huntington Creek limiting factor analysis. We'll have the final report from our contractor next month. We'll be reviewing that and putting together a stream restoration plan and identifying what sections of Huntington Creek that we feel like we can go in and improve habitat, most specifically spawning habitat probably for our populations in there. So that's all wrapped up. And also our recapture reservoir improvement project. We have a draft design of a new boat ramp and parking lot for recapture. We ran into a couple little snags with some cultural surveys within our project site. So we had to hire a contractor, a consultant to go in and map out the entire project site and map every individual artifact that's within the perimeter of our site. It might delay us a year just to incorporate that into our NEPA, but everything should still proceed with hopefully the next couple of years of building a new boat ramp and parking lot down there. So as far as upcoming projects, we have 3 in the region. We're not quite sure how they'll be broken out, if they'll all be presented to Blue Ribbon for funding, but I'll present them anyways. Our first one is the Bob Wright and First Water Stream Restoration project. These are tributaries to the Price River. Bob Wright and First Water were impacted by the Sealy fire in 2012. We used to have native cutthroat in the headwater streams there. And after the fire, we've lost those populations, but we now have good enough recovery of the uplands where we feel like we can do some restoration work and restore those streams back to the native cutthroat. So we'll be looking at doing both of those streams, several miles of BDAs and POW work up there. This is a cooperative project with DWR, Trout Unlimited, and the Forest Service on this project. Moving down in south in the region, we'll be looking at doing more restoration work in the LaSalle's on the 2-mile drainage. This will be on Sitla ground. We're looking at doing 5 miles of stream restoration adjacent to the project site where we just reintroduced those green lineage cutthroat down there. Some new water rights have been obtained, and so we'll be seeing more water coming down that drainage. So we just want to improve that habitat and help expand that new population down there by creating some better pool habitat down there. And then finally, our last project we'll have is recapture reservoir. We're doing some habitat structures. The BLM is involved, and they are working on our NEPA right now to let us install fish structures into recapture for black crappie and largemouth bass. And we may even look at some certain sections of the reservoir adding structure for northern pike to potentially spawn on to help bolster that population, because recapture is our brood source for pike for our tiger muskie production for the state of Utah. So when it was drought conditions, we only had about 3 or 4 spots where we could find pike in the reservoir. So we may even try to add some structure to help that population so we have plenty in the future for our tiger muskie work. So that's all I have.
Calvin, one question, how does Blanding 4 look?
Full.
Oh.
It was full this year. Everything was late spawning because of runoff. So like recapture came up 35 feet in elevation with water this year. Blinding 4 came up about 15, 16 feet. So the bass spawned a little later, but we had a lot of cover in Binding 4 and recapture. So I anticipate seeing a lot of age 1 bass in both those reservoirs next year.
Okay, let's move on to the southern region. So I need to share. And see if this works. Yes. Guess that works.
Thanks, Trina. Sorry to take you out.
All right.
Yeah, so I'll start with our regional update, potential projects, and then we'll go into the reevaluation waters. So to start with Fish Lake, this was the year we did our lake trout netting. So we go out during the night, first 3 weeks of October, and net for our big lake trout. So things looked really good. Basically, we saw more big lake trout and more lake trout transitioning from eating invertebrates to eating fish, which is what we wanted to see. So just a little quick background. We were kind of concerned about especially our trophy lake trout fishery. And this is some netting results from 2014, and it's kind of representative of what we were seeing and what the problem was. So there was lots of relatively small fish, and then relatively few bigger fish. So you kind of had a bimodal distribution. And basically, it's these smaller fish were not converting to eating fish. They just kept eating invertebrates. And once they would transition to eating fish, they were real big. And we were right around 1 big lake trout per net hour. And this all came about because historically the lake trout would eat Utah chub. That was the main forage fish. Eurasian water milfoil came in, yellow perch came in, and essentially the Utah chub were displaced by yellow perch. And the lake trout, instead of converting to eating the perch, converted to eating our rainbow trout that we were stocking, which is not a long-term realistic thing to do, to stock rainbow for the lake trout to eat. So in 2014, we came up with a new management plan for the lake. There was a lot of different things we implemented, but part of it was also stocking kokanee. So we reintroduced kokanee to Fish Lake, hoping that they would provide a sport fish, but also potentially a forage fish for the lake trout in a way that is sustainable. So we've seen a steady increase in the number of big fish and lake trout transitioning to eating fish and growing bigger. And it's continued each year since that 2014 plan was implemented. In 2013, things look better than ever. So you can see that we have more fish in kind of that middle area where they've transitioned, they're growing bigger. We used to hardly ever see those fish. And then we were up to 3.5 of the big lake trout per net hour set. And our goal was, we set a goal of 4, but that was really high. I mean, we've never been over 2.5 really. So we're pretty happy. So hopefully everything's working the way we want. There's also the possibility, because of the low water conditions the last 2 years, a lot of rainbow trout that didn't have a home found their way to Fish Lake because of the good water conditions there. So there is a potential we got a lot of fish with that extra rainbow trout stocking. So we're planning a food web study to kind of really tease this out more, but that was really exciting to see. Sticking with Fish Lake, so a lot of our time this fall, we ended up doing a couple egg takes at Fish Lake for kokanee. I think somebody mentioned, we were struggling getting the eggs we needed to meet our quota. This was something we'd kind of been thinking about, but we hadn't really planned on going live this year with, but because of how much we were struggling at our other egg take locations, we kind of threw this together. And really, when I say we, it was everybody from our hatchery people to Salt Lake office to other regions coming and helping. So it was a big group effort, and we ended up getting these 2 egg takes. It was just kind of us figuring it out as we went. We got about 100 or 620,000 eggs, I think was the last count I heard. Clear Creek, so it's a blue ribbon fishery. If you're not familiar with Clear Creek, it was treated and renovated a decade or so ago now, to be a native fish drainage. It's one of the biggest native fish drainages in the western U.S. It's blue ribbon fishery. We had an unexpected project pop up. So there was a major fire here years ago. And as part of that, after that fire and a bunch of flooding that happened, there was some emergency work done. One of the emergency projects, really to protect a road, was this kind of this grouted, essentially chute was put in as a grade control structure. It's obviously failing. You can see how it's kind of washed out and eroded below it. And so we caught wind of a project that was being put together to repair it, and the plan was essentially to just continue with the grouted chute they built, just that eroded area you see on the left. They were just going to continue it basically another 50 feet, and that presented 2 problems from our point of view. It would probably be a fish passage structure just from the velocity of the water going over it, and then obviously you lose habitat when you just have a 100-foot section of grouted riprap. So we worked with the county and the engineering firm that was doing the work for them. They had some money from FEMA to do this work to protect the highway. And we came up with an alternative design. So basically, instead of one big grouted chute, there'd be a series of step structures. And the design drawing they sent says non-grouted, but we'll probably have to grout just where those steps are. But anyway, it'll allow fish passage and better aquatic habitat. But we didn't see this project coming, so we didn't have any funding for it. So we reached out to Randy and Trina and some other partners. We were able to cobble together enough money. It's going to be about $15,000 to $20,000 extra to do this alternative design. So from 3,000 that Blue Ribbon was able to kick in, Habitat Council kicks some in, cut some money, a few different sources we were able to get money to cover the alternate design. So that's kind of some of the recent stuff we've been working on. I don't think we have any Blue Ribbon projects other than our, every year we do a project to cover essentially a fisheries biologist in the region. We'll be doing that again this year, but I think all our other projects are on Blue Ribbon waters, so we'll just be going to Habitat Council or DWR or other sources for that one. So I guess, are there any questions on the regional update before we move into the water reevaluation?
Nick, curious, when did you do the egg take at Fish Lake?
So it was, would have been the first couple, 2-3 weeks of October.
When I was up there the first week of October on the boardwalk, seen one fish, and then in the, where the creek spills into the marina, there was some stage in there, but not many fish. And then I got a phone call from somebody over on the Severe saying, "Where's the fish?" That was a week later. Did they come in later?
Late, but not like you would expect.
They just weren't heavy. Huh?
Yeah, so when we were catching the fish that we spawned, we were setting nets right where Twin Creeks comes in. That's how we were catching them. But we got some out of the stream.
Interesting.
Just move into
Yeah, so what we decided to do, we have 4 waters that had enough reviews to score and talk about. So there'll be the 2 East Fork severe stretches, Kingston Canyon and Black Canyon. And then that'll be before lunch. Nick's gonna present on one at a time, and then we figure there'd be time for questions. If each person who went and fished could maybe give just like, I don't know, 1-2 minutes description about, this is what I saw, like this and like that, whatever. And then we'll just go right into a vote and just move on to the next water then. And then after lunch, we can talk about Otter Creek Reservoir and Lake Powell. So it was the Washington County reservoirs that didn't get enough visitation. So thank you to those who did this.
How many did they get?
3. Yeah.
God, is that you 3 times? Bro. Yeah.
So if that sounds good, then
Yeah.
go ahead, Nick, and let's get started on this first year.
All right, so we'll start with the East Fork Spear Canyon. So if you haven't been there, so this is kind of south central Utah. So you can see at the top there's Otter Creek Reservoir, which is about an hour south of Richfield. So the stream flows from south to north. So this is actually upstream of Otter Creek Reservoir. So obviously the Black Canyon section's in red there. So it's under the Blue Ribbon rating categories. It's categorized as a moderate sized flowing water. Between 15 and 30 feet, it's probably closer to that 15 feet than it is to 30. Like I said, it's just south of Otter Creek Reservoir. So there's about 10 miles of accessible stream on this section. That's a mixture of BLM land, our wildlife management area, and then we also have a conservation system in there. There is kind of in the middle, there's an artificial flies and lures only section. Otherwise, it's general regulations. There's a variety of different types of habitat and fishing experiences. Part of that, like I mentioned, is the different regulations. There's kind of 3 main sections of it. There's kind of a lower part, which is on some BLM and our conservation easement. There's a middle part that's on our WMA, and then there's kind of an upper section. The lower and the upper part are a little bit more remote. They don't get fished quite as much. The upper section, the stream's left, the main road that follows the stream, and you have to take a dirt road over. Kind of do a little bit of hiking to access all of it. So you get kind of a variety of different types of habitat and experiences. In terms of sampling, I'll present some results here. So we did kind of 3 formal electrofishing stations. So this is basically where we have a station. They're typically around 100 meters or 100 yards. And we typically have a block, either an electrical block or a block net on the upstream end of the station. And then we'll shock all the way up to that block, catching all the trout we can. And then we repeat it, catching all the trout we can. And by doing that, we can say we catch 100 fish the first pass. The second pass, we catch 20. And from that, we can come up with an estimate of how many fish exist in that section. And then we can kind of estimate the population. And then we also did kind of some spot shocking, we call it, where we just kind of randomly do some shocking to kind of get a sense of where these stations representative or were they kind of weird. And in general, what we saw in the stations matched what we saw in the spot shocking. So that, like I said, there's kind of 3 different sections of this Black Canyon section. And so station 1 is in that lowest section or downstream section that's on the conservation easement BLM. Station 2 is kind of in the middle on our WMA. And then station 3 is up in that kind of higher section where it's left the road. So we used 2 backpack powered shockers to do this. Like I said, we captured all the trout we could. We just observed there's other non-game species, but we just observed those. We didn't try and capture them. So we also weighed and measured all the fish we caught to assess the size and condition. Getting into the results, so 92% of what we caught were brown trout, 7% were Bonneville cutthroat, and 1% were brook trout. So we do stock this section with about 15,000 fingerling brown trout and 5,000 fingerling cutthroat, Bonneville cutthroat trout. So in terms of what we saw in our stations, so I'm going to report what we found in terms of pounds per acre. So you may have heard fish per mile or different ways of measuring it. We prefer pounds per acre because it's hard to compare fish per mile for like the Provo or Green River to a small stream like this. But pounds per acre and looking at biomass kind of deals with that issue a little bit. So there's a report from 1988 that looked at a lot of different trout streams across the western U.S. And then Dale Hepworth and Stan Beckstrom kind of looked at southern region data and found that it matched with the 1988 work. And basically what they found was a trout stream that has around 50 pounds per acre is average. And if you're in that 200 to 400 pounds per acre, it's an exceptional stream. You can have weird situations where it's above 400 pounds per acre, but typically that's associated with something that's unsustainable, like a reservoir, releasing a bunch of water, and you have a whole bunch of large fish show up in a population. So that's kind of some context for what I'm reporting. So this is pounds per acre for each station. So you can see that all 3 stations were above average. At station 2 and station 3 made it into that exceptional range. I mentioned we do the depletion to come up with a population estimate, and then we use the weights that we gathered, and then we do stream width measurements. That's how we come up with it. But the main takeaway is it's a really healthy, good population of fish. One or 2 of those stations were an exceptional, and station 1 was still pretty high. In terms of what the actual fish look like in there, so most of the trout we caught were between 10 and 14 inches, a quarter to 1 pound, and then a few much larger fish. So these graphs are showing box and whisker plots, and they're not terribly confusing. Basically, this main box part, so this middle line, that's the median. And then these are the 25th and 75th quartile. So basically 75% of the fish that we measured fall in these boxes, and then 95% fall within where the error bars go to. So it's basically just a way to see kind of where the fish fall out that we caught for each station. So you can see about the size they were and the weight they were. So we caught, I think the biggest fish we caught were up around 22, 23 inches and probably 3.5, 4 pounds. So that gives you a sense of the size of the fish. We also looked at condition. So this is relative weight. And it's just a quick, easy way to get a sense of fish condition, and it's species specific. And it's standardized. So basically a relative weight around 100, 90 to 100 is a fish in pretty good condition. So in general, all the fish were in pretty good condition. There was a fairly wide range, which isn't too surprising, especially we did this this electrofishing in the fall. You have fish spawning at that time as well. So if you catch a female full of eggs versus a female that's spent, you're going to get a pretty different relative weight. So the big variation is too surprising. In general, fish in good condition. So moving on from some of the data there's some questions in the rating scale that as biologists we were supposed to rank or rate. So Randy and Trina asked us to go through these and come up with points for each of the questions. So number 3 was population characteristics. And so some of these are a little bit subjective. So I tried to come up with what we thought were reasonable estimates or scores, but if anyone wants to push back, I'm open to discussion. But so for fish population, we basically thought it qualified for 3 of the characteristics. So trophy fish, there's some really nice fish up to 22, 23, 24 inches in there, 4 pounds. There are the Bonneville cutthroat in there. And then I included diverse species assemblage. We didn't catch any rainbow trout, but there are rainbow trout in there, especially on that lower section that we've seen and caught. So I figured it could qualify for diverse species assemblage because you could potentially go and catch, get a slam of 4 different main trout species. So that gives it a point total of 4 because it qualified for 3. Management initiatives. So I put have been undertaken successfully or not required. Basically, that's based off when we first acquired some of the wildlife management area, we did some habitat work in there. So there's been actually a fair amount of habitat work done through there. And we've been working on grazing in the area. So I feel like we've implemented most of the management initiatives that we need to. So I got a 4 points. Access. So this one was kind of a weird one in that, so it said shore access, but we're still supposed to give it point totals. And so it ended up with 7 points because essentially probably close to 70 to 80% of the stream is accessible. The rest is on private. So in a weird way, if it was all accessible, if it would have been 100%, it would have scored lower. So I don't know. I think that's intended to be kind of if it has a remote feel to it or isn't terribly accessed to lots of people, it gets more points, but in a weird way, yeah.
Just one comment, the scaling on this one's off, there's a typo. So really 81 to 100% should be 4 points, 51 to 80% should be 3 points, that's 2 points.
Okay, so that makes sense. So yeah, so I guess this would be 4 points. Water quantity, basically we just don't have any concerns about the water quantity in there. We had 2 really, really rough drought years and the fish population didn't seem to suffer at all. So yeah, we aren't concerned about water quantity there. Water quality, there is a TMDL and the beneficial use for cold or warm water game fish was impaired, but we don't feel like it's impacting the fish population health, so we got 8 points for that one. So those were the categories or the ratings that we rate or scored. So that's all the information I had. If you want to do questions or discussion.
Any questions?
It's a horrible place to fish.
That's a comment.
Don't go there.
Take the name down. Take the name down.
Nick, I guess, don't go there. You hear these comments, because a lot of us like it, right? But every time I drive past or I'm there, I really don't see that many people. So, I mean, it is definitely one of those spots that are harder to get to, away from big roads, lots of people, that kind of thing. So, what would you say is, how would you quantify the visitation, the use?
Yeah, we've never done a creel survey or anything there. It's kind of hard to justify the manpower, the cost of that. It definitely, it gets a lot of use in that middle section where there's easy access and parking right along the road on our WMA, and then less use on that upper and bottom section. It gets quite a bit of use. I don't know how to estimate it. We've never tried to do any kind of creel or anything.
Okay, does anyone, we had Mary, Mickey, TJ, Nelson, Rebecca score it The average ended up being higher than the threshold, so that's why we're talking about it. Is anyone who visited that water body, and scored it, does anyone want to talk about it, either for or against, anyway, or just in general?
Well, I visited it. It's surprisingly remote. It really is. And it's brushy, so I think a lot of people don't want to fight the brush. But I think you've hit it on the head. That's quite a water. That's small, but it's efficient.
Well, and there's enough diversity with it too. I mean, you mentioned the brush. I mean, it has a really good terrestrial habitat, you know, and I spent a lot of time down with Stan and I've seen it change. You know, there's been some substantial changes in the past. I'm really aging myself now, you know, those early 2000s. Yeah, but there's enough open spots too, you know, I mean, you can see those, you can get to them. I mean, especially where it gets more rocky and so forth, you can get in there. But yeah, there are some wonderful stretches too that are very brushy, but can produce really cool fishing opportunities, you know.
That was my favorite, Station 3, up in that section, that canyon. After going down those dirt roads, like you got the upper part is very open, it's very accessible, it's easy. But then once you start going in that canyon, I mean, it's kind of like a one way in, one way out kind of trek, but it's beautiful. It's not like, you know, it's really special. And there's really good fish in there too. Lots of fish, which was fun, you know, and I don't know, it's a cool place. I liked it. And I've always done the lower, but I've never gone down that canyon so far. But it's worth it if you can make the trek.
Is there anyone online who had any thoughts? Jordan's gonna try to make it, but he's got other things going on today. If not, I guess we could just take a vote, and we have at least one council member online, so, yeah, drop that down so we can.
Just good. Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Yeah, so all in favor of keeping it as a blue ribbon, thumbs up, and, Jamie, can you turn your camera on so we can see?
So you probably don't want to
See it?
Okay.
I guess you could do it like a
Even
little
those.
emoji.
Double-edged sword. Don't want it up there.
I haven't been there for 30 years.
That was honestly for a while and it hasn't affected
Should be able to.
traffic.
Calvin, can you hear me?
It is a couple of places to get in. Well, it used to be really tough to get in.
Yes.
Okay.
I was never point.
Jamie, are you there?
I had a meeting, instead of taking the main route, go down there, that corridor.
Oh, there you
I'm here.
Okay.
Yes, thumbs up.
go. Great, thank you. Okay, in the room? All in favor? That looks like unanimous. Okay, great. On to the next one. You wanna stop presenting the spreadsheets? I switched over. Or stop sharing. I don't know if you have.
It is deceptive though. Totals like what high. So like that.
And then go back to your presentation.
Where are we at?
He makes a fish look good though.
He knows how to work the camera and everything.
He knows. Yeah.
I didn't put that one out. Is that your big? All right, so, same river, different section. So this is just moving downstream. So this is the Kingston Canyon section. So this is right below Otter Creek Reservoir. So same size category, moderate size flowing water. It's probably a little closer to the 30-foot width than the 15. Like I said, right below Otter Creek Reservoir, there's about 7 miles of accessible stream. It's a little bit up in the air right now. There's about 1.5 miles to 2 miles that was in walk-in access. That landowner's pulled out of the walk-in access program, but he hasn't posted it and isn't kicking people off or anything, but it's not as secure as it was, a couple of years ago when he was signed up. to walk and access.
Is that on that top end?
Yep, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Same owner.
Yeah, same owner, basically, he wasn't thrilled with the amount of money he was getting, so we pulled out, but which I assume that he was going to post it, but he hasn't and doesn't seem to mind. Really not a lot of people fish that section, so. But that 7 miles doesn't include that, so it's really probably a little more than that 7 miles right now. So it's kind of a tailwater fishery, really is how it functions. So there's irrigation releases from Otter Creek Reservoir for most of the summer, kind of April through October. We'll have relatively high water from irrigation releases. There's been significant habitat work that's been completed. Kind of same with Black Canyon. We got a WMA in there and a bunch of habitat work was done. So this is, I'll show you 3 photo points. So this is work that Stan Beckstrom, my predecessor, did. So kind of the typical bare vertical eroding bank. Put in some structure, slope the bank, planting. So this is a couple of years so after the work was done. And then this is a more recent photo. So see, there's been significant good habitat work done in this section. So same thing as Black Canyon. We have 3 stations in there. Unfortunately, our plan was to electrofish again this year. We just didn't have the manpower at the time to do it, especially with the lake trout and kokanee work that we were doing at Fish Lake. And we're short a person in the region. So we had to go back to the last time we sampled it was 2015. We sampled it a lot from when the habitat work was first done in the early 2000s through 2015. And then it basically got moved into a category of stream that we sample every 5 to 7 years. So we were about due to sample it. We just haven't done it yet. But basically, I'm going to present the 2015 results. But in 2023, so this year, we did spot electrofishing. We didn't have the manpower to do formal stations, but we had enough people we could kind of do some spot shocking and see just qualitatively is what's in there different from 2015. And we didn't see any indication of this 2015 data would be wildly out of date. So same thing as Black Canyon. We did these stations, captured all trout we could during both passes to get the population estimates, weighed and measured everything we caught. So 76% were brown trout, 19% rainbow trout, and 5% fawn-bill cutthroat. So same reporting here on biomass of pounds per acre. Kind of similar situation. So station 1 for this downstream was the lowest, but it was still above average. And then station 2 and station 3 were in that exceptional range. So these are, again, the individual fish that we caught in each station, weighed and measured. So you can see that most of the trout were relatively small, 6 to 10 inches and less than half pound, but there were quite a few fish. And you can see how the error bars here are much more skewed on the upper end. So we had a lot of these smaller fish, but we also had a decent number of the larger fish, between 16 and 20 inches and 3.5 to 4 pounds, and then a few really big fish. In terms of condition, generally the relative weight was a little bit lower than we saw in Black Canyon. So I think so I just think these slides should say Kingston Canyon. But getting to the scores that we provide, so fish population characteristics. So I only gave it the 2 points on this one. We haven't seen brook trout in here. So I only did trophy and native sport fish. You could make an argument for diverse species assemblage. We did catch a couple smallmouth bass that have obviously come from Otter Creek Reservoir, but anyway, so we gave it 2 points for that. Management initiatives, kind of the same as Black Canyon. We've done the habitat work. We feel like it's a functioning fishery, so it got 4 points for that. Access, I guess should be 4 points. Water quantity, we don't worry about, especially with the irrigation releases during the summer. Low flows or high temperatures during the summer aren't an issue because of the irrigation releases. Water quality, same situation as Black Canyon. There is a TMDL and it's impaired, but we don't feel like it impacts the fishery. So that's the information and data I had for Kingston Canyon, if there's any questions. But I will say, one of the differences is Kingston Canyon has some huge fish. So I mean, there's really big fish in Black Canyon, but Kingston Canyon has some of the largest stream dwelling fish we see. Yeah, it's not uncommon to get an 8 to 10 pound trout to our electric fishing.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Any questions?
That changes that score, might actually.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I did score. I have a question. Oh, no.
Didn't see one fish. Beautiful day.
No, it's still.
Okay, so we had 5 reviews on this one. Does anyone want to say anything about the Kingston Canyon?
I do have one question. About 2 years ago, a little bit above Station 3, there was a large population of carp. And that was kind of interesting. I mean, there were even some thrown out on the bank. I don't know if you guys have been seeing that in samples or.
No, could they have been Utah sucker? There's lots of really big
It was
Utah
for
sucker.
sure. It looked like it was a carp. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't,
Yeah.
I don't know what that would be about, because yeah, we got lots of big Utah sucker, but yeah.
I wonder. Okay.
Yeah, I don't,
We say big Utah sucker.
like 5 pound.
For their carpet on creek.
2 to 5 pounds. Yeah.
Not that I've seen. Are there carp in Otter Creek?
I don't think we've seen any.
I've never seen any, I was just wondering.
Yeah, no.
Maybe it was a wiper. Was it a wiper?
No, it's definitely not. I'll tell you. And we spoke to some spin fishermen that were just there. They were the ones taking them out and throwing them onto the bank. It was like, it's a lot higher than Station 3. It's where it really, really starts to slow down.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to, we're planning to do, like, we just did kind of spot shocking this year, but we'll try and hit it hard next year.
Okay.
I mean, we have, the closest place I can think of is we do see some carp in Fish Lake and Johnson Reservoir, but not very many. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Well, you did pick up some sucker when we shot, didn't we?
Yeah,
We did pick up.
yeah, on Black Canyon, we mostly
Yeah,
saw
we
the
did.
smaller.
Yeah,
smaller, but yeah.
So they're there. Maybe that's what it was.
Mhm.
Hopefully.
Yeah,
Take pictures.
yeah.
Take pictures.
I should have taken a picture.
Yeah,
There was, because they had pulled out and killed at least 4. And then the one that was still alive, the one that we ran into. Yeah.
Because I've had some really weird ones this year.
Anything else? You want to do? Call
No discussion, no more discussion? Well, let's just take a vote then.
it. Call the vote.
It's a beautiful place. I mean,
To speak.
Yeah.
All in favor of keeping this as a blue ribbon? Any opposed?
Jamie? Online?
Like everybody on in the rooms for it.
Sorry, Jamie, could you do a thumbs up or thumbs down again? We didn't have you up. Okay, great.
can I ask a question though?
Yeah.
Should we be doing a better job maybe of promoting this because of the biomass? There's limitations in these areas because of places for people to, stay overnight, camp, that kind of stuff. So there is that, but seems like we could probably promote this a little bit better, maybe. As a council. I don't know if we want to do that or not, but it's a great place, both of these reaches that we've talked about, but the one here is.
It's not too far from Ridgeville too, so there's definitely lots of places to stay in Ridgeville.
Yeah, that's true.
Fairfield has a little motel there, close by.
And there's tons of Airbnbs all throughout it.
Yeah,
now.
that's
Lots of
true.
houses.
Some for
Yeah.
sure, actually.
I talked to a lot of anglers in Vegas. They frequent that entire area a lot.
So the question is, do you want more people? But it almost sounds like very few people really fish it, so.
Yeah, we're not, it'd have to get pretty high for us to be too worried about harvest or too many people. Yeah, it could handle a lot more anglers for sure.
We have an item in the afternoon talking about 2024 outreach opportunities, so just try to remember to add that to the list.
I think there's a fine line in promoting and being able to keep it.
Correct.
As soon as you start promoting it, people are gonna visit it, so that's
Yeah.
something to be.
But I mean, I've gone to it quite a bit, and there have been weekends where you're like, oh, especially that one park where you kind of go down and there's that bridge. There were 6 cars there recently, and then you went up, the next access point had a car, the next access point had a car, you know, and so I do think it does have its share bit of presence on it, you know, it does, not all the time though, that's the thing.
Just one car?
No. It's just one car, no.
I think one thing we know from surveys is anglers like some solitude
Yeah.
when they go fishing. And I think there's obviously some concerns of us hot spotting the water and driving out pressure. But I mean, one thing we could talk about with the outreach discussion would be, is there a package of water, so we're not highlighting flood water, but head lure from fisheries or something like that that helps spread that pressure.
Yeah, so think about that, and when we go through those outreach priorities for next year, see if we want to capture something, or maybe part of what we captured is promoting the East Fork sphere. If people are opposed, though, we don't have to, right? Like, so we got a couple hours to think about that.
Have you ever done creel surveys on this stretch at all?
We haven't.
Either of them?
No, creel surveys are great, but they require a lot of effort, a lot of money and time. And so it's just been hard to justify on these sections.
Well, this is a section that, this area, you know, with the parks, probably get hit pretty good in the summer. But when I went down there in October, I basically had it to ourselves.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if we're getting any tourist overflow on these creeks or not.
Yeah, I'm sure they're much better visited during the summer months. Yeah, Bryce Canyon right there.
Although I've noticed over the years in October, when you get the hunts going on,
They were going.
and a lot of people will come and hunt morning and night, but they'll fish during the day. So I would guess it gets a fair amount in October too. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just wondering if, you know, the tourists that are coming through the parks are hitting it at all. I mean, if it's, some of those folks might check out the Blue Ribbon website and say, you know, I'll swing through, get it. I just don't know what the pressure is, other than what I saw, and it was most manageable.
It's
Yeah.
wonderful.
It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Exactly. So, yeah, and it was just a question, you know, it wasn't like, hey, we gotta do this, but, I mean, because I'm the northern region rep and there's people everywhere, so. And then it's that coverage all the time.
Thanks, no car,
Man, we don't even like blink until it's over 20.
Yeah, so I guess there's kind of 2 aspects to the number of anglers and how much use it's getting. One is the biological impact of the fishery. And I have an opinion on that, which is I think it can handle more pressure without it impacting the fishery negatively. But then there's kind of the value aspect of the number of anglers on the water, and that's up to you guys and what you want to highlight.
I just remember when Stan would call me, and just the solitude part of it, Stan would say, hey, can you come down and spend a day or 2 with me? And it was awesome because there was no one there. I mean, it was, and it was later in the year when a lot of this work was going on, you know, so the October timeframe. So, but what a wonderful time to be there.
Anything else?
It wasn't.
Yeah. We can get it in.
All right, so we'll move to Otter Creek Reservoir. I think everybody knows hopefully where it is. It's about an hour south of Ridgefield. So it's categorized as a large cold water. I think the category is about 200 acres, but Otter Creek's about 2,500 acres when it's full. So it's primarily a rainbow trout fishery, and we maintain that through stocking. So we stock about 225,000 7-inch fish in Otter Creek every year. We also stock wiper. So we stock about 20,000 2-inch wiper each year. And that's essentially to be a control on Utah chub. It also does provide another trophy fish, but it's mainly used as a management tool to control chub. So Otter Creek suffered the same problem as lots of our lakes and reservoirs did in Utah, where you kind of have, a good trout fishery. Utah chub would come, they start to out-compete smaller trout, and we end up with a great Utah chub population and a struggling trout population. Historically, we kind of used rope mill treatments to knock back the chubs, and but that became cost prohibitive and just not a realistic way to manage the fisheries. We turned to Bear Lake cutthroat trout and smallmouth bass to try and control the Utah chub. That wasn't very effective, but the wiper have done a really good job of controlling the chub. We really don't see that many Utah chub anymore. And I think that's really helped just in general, but also during really low water years, because the trout remaining aren't competing with a big Utah chub population. So that's kind of the fishery. So we did a creel at Otter Creek Reservoir in 2016. And that's when, I believe that's when it became Blue Ribbon, and largely based off some of those creel survey results. So it's an extremely popular fishery. So creel survey, we can come up with an estimate of the total number of angler hours on the water body. And so if you divide that by the number of surface acre for the reservoir, it turned out to be about 60 angler hours per acre. And so that allows us to compare it to other waters. And so kind of similar waters or similar sized or fisheries. So it's like Fish Lake, Deer Creek, Jordanelle. Even we tried to compare it to like Strawberry, Navajo Lake, pull-up. So 60 angler hours per acre was really high compared. I think it was the highest among the waters we compared it to. And then anglers were catching about 3/4 of a fish per hour. So for every 2 hours you fished, the average angler was catching 1.5 fish, and that's pretty high. So those are really high values. And then it was extremely productive. So we can come up with an estimate for the total number of pounds harvested from the water. And then we know how many pounds we stocked. And basically for every pound of fish we stocked in the reservoir, 2.5 pounds were being harvested, which is really high. Comparing to other waters, I think the next highest was like 1.8. So it's and a lot of waters are right around that 1 or even a little under. So it's extremely productive.
Nick, harvested meaning taken home and eaten?
Yep. People keep it and use.
Yeah. So how does catch and release figure in there?
So when we do these creel surveys, we measure fish caught and fish harvested. So that 0.75 that's just fish that were caught. So it includes harvest everything. And harvested is just the fish that were kept. All right, so getting into some of the data from we mainly monitor Otter Creek through gillnet surveys every spring. So I'll present some data from that. So this is most recent 3 years. If you're trying to reevaluate the water, I just wanted to present the most recent 3 years. So this is kind of recent data, but this is basically what we see in our gillnet surveys. And this is the most recent 3 years, but it's not too different if you go back a few years as well. So what you're seeing here, there's 2 different box plots for each year, because essentially what we have is some of the ones that are about 10 to 12 inches. Those are the fish that were stocked the year before. So we kind of have 2 cohorts: fish, rainbow trout that were stocked the year before, and then rainbow trout that were stocked more than a year ago. And so basically the ones stocked the year before, about 10 to 12 inches, 16 to 18, or 16 to 20 in our gillnet surveys. We do this in April. So that's why I said fish greater than 16, because really when people are out there fishing, we get a little bit of pressure in April and then it picks up. And so these fish will grow. So when people are fishing in the summer, you can bump up that 10 to 12, but probably more like 12 to 14 inches that people are catching. In terms of weight, so those fish that stocked a year before, they're really kind of in that half pound to pound range. And then 1.75 to 2.25 pounds. We do see bigger fish, so you can have fish up to 25, 26 inches and bigger. We caught a really big cutthroat trout a few years ago. We always get a few big 5 to 10 pound brown trout in there, but this is mainly just the rainbow trout that I presented there. And then they're in good condition. Most are in that 90 to 100 relative weight, so in good condition. So for the categories or the characteristics that we scored, so I gave it 2 points for the population characteristics. There are a few cutthroats still in there that we've stopped stocking the Bear Lake cutthroat, so it didn't get any points for that. It's maintained through natural reproduction. Unique species, I didn't include that. I guess you could, if you consider migrating, but those were getting more and more common. So we gave it 2 points for that. Management initiatives, so we gave it 4. There's not a formal management plan at Otter Creek, but we feel like there's not really one needed. Generally, it seems like people are really happy with the reservoir, feel good about the results that we get from our creel surveys and netting surveys. We'll get into some of the water issues later on in these categories. Shore access, so I guess we should change this to 7 points. Essentially, all the shoreline is BLM or state park. So then there's a highway that runs along one side of it or one long shore length. So there's good access. So water quantity, so I gave it a 4. It's a little bit subjective, but basically we don't have a conservation pool at Otter Creek Reservoir. And this has been an issue, not this year, but the 2 previous years. We ended up, because we knew it was going to get drained pretty low, we did an emergency regulation change. We allowed more harvest. It came through, the fishery survived that pretty well. In 2022, the reservoir went below 10% full, so it got dropped down really low. But you saw in our 2023 netting results, I mean, really the fishery came through okay. And that's probably because we didn't have Utah chub in there. The white bird knocked the chub numbers down enough that it was able to, the trout population was able to handle that really low water. So basically we put 4 because it's a concern. We don't have a conservation pool. We're fortunate in that the people who control the water have essentially will drain Paiute, which is a reservoir just downstream. So they'll essentially sacrifice Paiute fishery, but we keep Otter Creek Reservoir. So it's not as concerning as a reservoir with that just can get drained every year. I think there's a lot of pressure. It's such a popular reservoir. I think there's pressure on them to keep at least a little bit of water in there to support the fishery. So anyway, that's how we ended up at 4 points.
It's Paiute County's only tourist attraction.
That's right. That's true. Yeah, water quality, it's the same as the East Fork. So there is a TMDL, beneficial uses impaired, but we don't feel like it's negatively impacting the fishery. So I got 8 points for that one. That's all I have for data and everything. If there's any questions.
Do you feel like the wipers made it through that low water year pretty good?
Yeah.
Actually, the scores on that turn should stay 4.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the other one should have been 3, but it's looking at your scoring threshold, you would still been over on all those,
okay.
those 2 quarters.
So shore access is still 4.
It should be more to descending, so 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
scale. Yeah.
So that was how the scoring right there. I didn't mean to, oh, I guess I should share it. I didn't mean to cut off the questions. No. So still questions. Go right ahead.
Yeah, Nick, I have a question on Otter Creek.
Yeah.
I was talking to, I talked to a bunch of anglers down there. I didn't get to fish it as long as I wanted. I run a trailer tire, a boat trailer tire down there. And by the way, if you run a boat trailer tire at Otter Creek, you are SOL. But anyway, I was talking to some anglers, and one angler said that they were catching smallmouth bass out of there. Is that a fact, or is he?
Yes. Yeah, there definitely are smallmouth bass still in there.
Okay.
It's just not, really it's a rainbow trout fishery is what most people go there for. There's a few people that'll target smallmouth and wiper and those big brown trout. But yeah, I should have mentioned there is a smallmouth bass fishery there as well.
Okay.
So,
yeah. The people I talked to absolutely love that lake. They read about it.
Any other questions?
We can see how the scoring fell out, and the average is just above that scoring threshold. So, did anybody want to say anything specific about anything else about their trip when they visited? Anything else about the water body?
Well, it looks like everybody's a better fisherman than me.
I see Rex. Good catcher.
I can't catch them.
Yeah,
The fish are there, though. I mean, it's quite a place. It's
Should I
long.
take Rex off?
No.
He fished it in the last 2 years, so
He fished it before he was off the council.
yeah. Okay, well, if there's no other conversation about it, should we take a vote?
Call the vote.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. Hold on, Jamie. Okay.
Yeah, he's got it. He's
Also
thumbs up.
unanimous. Okay, great. Well, lunch is ready over in 2130. Go ahead, Cliff.
Hey, I forgot that I didn't realize we were talking projects as well as summer updates.
Oh, okay.
We may be putting in for some funding from Blue Ribbon for tagging and tracking tiger muskie at their movements at Pineview. It's something that Taylor's wanting to buy some devices to remotely just put in the tags, and then they kind of like pit tags, but you can clean those every so often. So he's kind of talking about that and probably adding some additional habitat in the middle arm of Pineview. And then I'll be working on some projects with partners in the Weaver, so I probably won't be asking money from Blue Ribbon for Weaver stuff. And if it is, it probably won't be a whole lot. We'll probably ask for most of that from DWR for some fish passage work. And the flows really didn't, Russ's work and Sorno's work and Summer's work that they did on the rivers really actually helped very well this last spring. So a project that I was thinking of doing and bringing up through, I think we'll just kind of let it sit and see if everything that happened will just repair. And then I may put in for some money on East Canyon Creek. It's a tributary. It's the main tributary into the East Canyon Reservoir. But I have to fill that out with the region and what they feel. There's a new property that was purchased it's in the process of being purchased by Sutton County. They'll be open to fishing. Everybody is stopping and bugging me about that. They want to get in there and they want to fish it. You probably catch more fish in your bathtub, quite honest. Unless you were chasing red side shiners or speckled bass. I've never counted over 6,000 fish in a 100-meter stretch in my entire career. But they were all speckled bass, red side shiners, all school. We had 5 brown trout. So you're going from a presentation that Nick gave of looking at over 100 fish in 100 meters, 100 brown trout. We got 5. So I may be asking for some money from the council. That's still to be determined because I don't know how the region's gonna. We're a little touchy. There's no hunting access, so we're not like in full support of this whole deal because there's no hunting access by the land. Like previous landowner has signed in a contract with the county, so we're trying really hard to like, I am anyways, walk this line of how much do I do, how much do I don't do? Because it's 4.5 miles of river that is dropping hundreds of thousands of tons of sediment into the East Canyon Reservoir every year. Every bank is highly eroded. And, so I would really like to do some restoration work there, but I have to be careful how I approach that. So those were mine that I wanted to put to the council, so you had on your list.
I have one too, that I forgot to mention. Ryan wanted me to, it sounds like they're gonna try to put forth a project for multiple funding sources, but Blue Ribbon is one of them for this the fishing pier part of the Cedar Springs Marina renovation project.
Yeah, I believe that you guys saw it, those of you who participated in the March meeting, because we submitted it to, I think, Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon, and then we were told to look at motor road access funds as well. So it's kind of, those of you who were there remember that it's basically a floating walkway there at the Cedar Springs Marina with a fishing pier coming off of it. So motorboat access would hopefully fund that walkway because that gives access along there. And then the Blue Ribbon portion would just be the fishing pier. It's a really cool project, and with potential lake level fluctuations there at Flaming Gorge, who knows what over the next few years. I know they're not predicting a dramatic decline over the next 2 years, but we'll see. It's difficult to carve a trail in right at the water's edge, just in the ground there. You have to go through Niza because it is forest, all of that. And then the lake level goes down 10 feet or whatever. And so your trail is now not near the water's edge. So this is a really cool potential option. I can't remember the company. Did he tell you?
I can't remember the company either, but that was one that I forgot to bring up. And I asked the group for some other potential projects on Monday at our staff meeting, but everybody's just still trying to wind down from this year. It was a busy season for the Northeast region. So there'll probably be 1 or 2 other small projects that we bring forth on Blue Ribbon, but I think we might try to do a catch-up year for once in our year and just finish.
You say that every year.
No, we're gonna do it.
Maybe with like new leadership.
It's a monitor year. You gotta have a year to monitor. And that's it.
Finish all the projects we started and then start again. So.
You always have a color too.
I always have Pelican. By the way, you should go to Pelican this winter and ice fish it. There are some little cinder block size, 5-pound, 18-inch bass. If you catch one through the ice, sometimes you're
That'd be really fun.
very satisfied. We should have lunch now.
Yes, it's in 2130. Yeah, we're in good shape. With
45 minutes?
45 minutes.
Yeah, let's break till
Maybe we get out a
12:45.
little earlier.
Then we don't have to worry about indigestion.
All right, yeah, okay. 12:45, we're back.
Hey. we're gonna continue with Dan, right?
I think
Okay.
so. Yeah, let me get that pulled up.
Sorry, what was that?
I'll just
You
get the
want it-
presentation pulled up, Trina.
Sounds good. I will turn it over to you.
All right, so yeah, I'm gonna share a few slides about Lake Powell and kind of keep it focused on some of the different aspects of Lake Powell related to blue ribbon fisheries and the recent ranking that just went on for Lake Powell. So kind of an overview, I'm going to talk about the water year, the current water year, and how that relates to boater access, current conditions, what to expect in the near future, how are fish responding to recent conditions, some future opportunities and potential challenges, and then of course leave some time to field any questions you might have. So this is the lake level. This graph is showing the lake level over the past 12 months. We kind of hit an all-time low as far as lake level back in April, where we hit 3519 foot elevation. Of course, we all know we had a great water year, thankfully, and what that meant for Lake Powell is the lake came up about 65 feet, which was incredible. Really good to get that water. The lake came up to 3584 on July 8th, and that's when it kind of peaked out. And then thankfully, the lake hasn't dropped a whole lot since then. When I checked the levels yesterday on the November 15th, we were at 3572, which is about a 12-foot drop in elevation since it peaked out in July. So what that means for boater access, we're in a lot better place than we were in previous years. We have 7 of the 10 major access points open. This graph here kind of shows everything green as everything that's open, and it shows you the numbers are showing the elevation above that access point, how much water we have above that boat ramp, for example. The red is showing where we have a deficit. We do have a couple locations that are still currently not accessible. That would be the Bullfrog main ramp. You can see it's about 3.8 feet below the access for Bullfrog. That was open early in the year, but it's currently not. Same with the Castle Rock Cut. It was briefly open in the springtime for about 2 weeks. I wish that would have been much longer, but it was great to see that cut open even for a short time. And then the third access point that we currently don't have is the Antelope Point public ramp. And you can see it's about 13.8 feet below being able to access that. So we got close to that opening up this year, but we didn't quite make it. So throughout 2023, we really had 9 of the 10 major access points open. This is a projection of what we can expect over the next 24 months from the Bureau of Reclamation, and what as far as lake levels. And what I put on here, this red line is showing that 25 foot elevation. And that is really what the BOR has committed to, doing everything they can to maintain that level. That's also the elevation that the Park Service has got the boat ramps poured down to. So what the dotted lines on here, what you're looking at, there's a blue, a green, and a red. The blue line is the maximum probable elevation if everything goes really well. The green is kind of like the most likely, and the red would be more of our worst case scenario of what we can expect out through May of 2025. So as you can see, we're above that red line, that solid red line. So things are looking good, at least for the next 24 months. Of course, that can really change depending on what kind of water year we get the next few years. I wanted to share some real quick data on the fish populations. Striped bass, we'll start there. Of course, stripers are the #1 fish that people come to target at Lake Powell. There's no limit on striped bass, so it's a great opportunity for people to come target striped bass, and that's of course been critical to the management for many decades is harvesting a lot of striped bass. So what you're looking at here, the gray bars are showing the long-term average of our catch rates in our gill nets. And that data goes back 38 years. So a really long data set. It's 1981 to 2019. And from top to bottom, these are our 4 sites at Good Hope Bay, Rincon, San Juan, and Waweep. So you can see Good Hope Bay is consistently where there's more stripers, followed by Waweep, second highest catch rate, and then San Juan and Rincon. The red dots are showing the 3-year average from 2021 to 2023. So it's really good news. You know, the last 3 years, the striper density, the striper numbers has been higher than the long-term average at all of our sites, with the exception of the Rincon. This is our smallmouth bass population for the last 3 years. Again, this is gill net data at the same sites: Waweep, San Juan, Rincon, and Good Hope. A few things I wanted to point out here. You know, I just said that the Good Hope is consistently, you know, where we get the most fish, especially for stripers and walleye. But the last 3 years, that's kind of turned around on us. And you can see Good Hope has been lower densities of smallmouth bass, and the Rincon is actually our best producing site. There's a couple reasons for this. Number one, the lower lake conditions that we've had the last few years has sent fish downstream, and also that the lower lake level allows the nutrients to carry much further down the lake than they have in the past. So we have really seen higher productivity in the Rincon than we have. And I feel like that's why we're seeing, you know, more smallmouth bass in the Rincon. The other thing to point out is that between 21 and 22, the lake was low and not much change between those 2 years. And then again, we had a great water year in 23, and we see those fish responding at all of our 4 sites, a pretty big uptick in smallmouth bass. So that's encouraging to see. Our numbers have been lower. The red dash line shows the long-term average of smallmouth bass catch rates, which has stayed pretty stable, about 50 bass per site. And so you can see in 21 and 22, we were below that by quite a bit at all 4 sites. But thanks to the water, we're getting back up to where we should be on our smallmouth numbers. And then for our walleye, there's a lot to look at here. This data goes back to 2000, a lot of data, but you can just see walleye just kind of do their thing. They go up and down. The catch rates at Good Hope Bay, again, are significantly higher than any of the other sites. That's the place to be if you want to target walleye. I did want to point out we had one interesting spike at Waweep in 2022 that I have highlighted in that red circle. We had a pretty significant bump in walleye numbers in 2022, but again in 23 they came back down more to normal, and I really feel like that's more attributed again to the low lake levels, fish getting concentrated and moving down lake. And now that the lakes came back up, we've kind of stabilized and the numbers have came back to normal on the southern end of the lake. So our fish response, there's a lot here. I'm going to skip over some of it for interest of time, but the main thing to point out is this picture. You can see all that flooded willows and cottonwoods. This was taken this spring, I think actually on the Blue Ribbon Fisheries trip, where a lot of us met down at Bullfrog and did some fishing. But that occurred, of course, across the entire lake. It's been great. We know we've had a really good spawn of crappie, largemouth, and shad. Good survival of those species because of all that flooded brush, and that's really going to benefit particularly those species moving forward in the next few years. Some of our future management I wanted to highlight real quick. We're looking at doing a krill survey in 2024. That'll give us really good information about how people are currently using the lake, what kind of harvest and use we are getting at Lake Powell currently. The last krill survey was, I believe, 2019, so it's been quite a few years. We are also looking at implementing quagga mussel density monitoring. That's something that hasn't been done before, but we know quagga mussels are a big part of the ecosystem and of the food web now. They've been there since 2013, and we know as quagga mussels fluctuate, that's going to really have a lot of impact, especially on our young of year fish. And so we are looking at implementing quagga mussel density monitoring and trying to correlate that to and predict what we're going to see with our young of year fish in the future. And a big part of our management is to continue to educate anglers and promote angling opportunities, highlight, maybe developing opportunities at the lake, such as catfish, walleye, and crappie, getting word out to anglers, when to go, where to catch fish, and really improving people's experience on the lake. And Blue Ribbon is a great platform for us to do that. We really appreciate everything you guys do for Blue Ribbon Fisheries. And yes, so our scoring that we came up with on some of these categories, our fish population characteristics was a 6, management initiatives 4, access 4, water quality 6, and water quantity 6, and water quality an 8. So that's all I had. If I left any time for questions.
Absolutely. Yeah. Are there any questions for Dan?
Dan, I got a question. Your Rincon striper numbers were the lowest on the lake, correct?
Correct.
But your smallmouth numbers were the highest. Would that be because there's less predation there?
It's possible. We're still trying to tease out. I think it really has something to do with the changing conditions in the primary productivity. We saw really that stained water, that mud line really extend all the way past the Rincon the last few years, especially in 2023. And we know there was a lot of nutrients carried much further down the lake than there has been in previous years. And we do measure, chlorophyll and zooplankton to get an idea of what our primary productivity is doing. And so we're going to kind of try to tease that out over the winter and try to figure out, how much has really changed at the Rincon. But yeah, the Rincon, Wayne always thought that there was a lot higher densities of fish that our gill nets would show because the water was so clear, and we would get much clearer than the other sites. And so we get some avoidance in the gill nets because of the clear water. But anyways, yeah, just a few thoughts, but it is interesting to see that despite the clear water, we for 3 years in a row, we had higher catch rates of smallmouth bass than the other sites.
Any other questions?
Okay, pull up the awards. What am I doing? You guys are probably all wondering, did Lake Powell make the list? I don't know.
Right the door.
Yeah, it
Barely.
right, just barely. Yeah, that was probably the highest scoring one. Does anybody want to make any comments about their trip or thoughts on how?
It's a great time.
Yeah, it was a wonderful trip. Thanks, Nick and Dan.
Yeah.
Jamie?
Yeah, I want to also thank Dan and Nick. We had a good time down there. They were very good hosts. And my score, I scored obviously really high on Lake Powell. It's a favorite place. Except I gave it a really low score on that boat access. I don't know what it's like at Wild Wheat, but at Bullfrog, it's just horrible. And I know that you guys don't have any say in that. That's all Department of Interior, but holy mackerel.
I've seen more.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, a
stay on
little update on that. You know, things got really scary where it looked like even the north ramp, you know, 2 years ago, 21, 22, things got really bad. The Park Service, you know, I know they moved slow, but and they had to do an environmental assessment and everything, but they have completed an EA and they have approval, and they've even started to line up funding that if the lake were to get down as low as it did below that 35-25, they're ready to move on a launch at Staten Creek. And so they kind of have the groundwork all laid for that. Of course, the lake came back up and there's no need to pursue that currently, but hopefully they have, like they've have said, they have kind of the skids all greased and are ready to go on that if we get to that point again.
Oh, that's good news. It's not that you don't have a boat ramp and you don't have parking, but there's so many parks that you can't find a place to park.
Yeah, the parking lots need some work. And I think they're in that same point. They've kind of been waiting to see, you know, what's going to happen with water over the next few years before they put in too much investment, you know, paving some of those lower parking lots, for example, that could get, you know, underwater at some point, which would be great if we get that much water. But they're trying to consider all those things.
Sure.
Hey, Daniel, maybe one more question. In the news lately, there's been some segments on the Colorado River water users downstream coming to an agreement of using less water. I don't know if you've seen that or not, but was that calculated in the levels that the Park Service put up? Or will that be above those levels?
Yeah, I'd imagine what it was. And yeah, what you're referring to, they call it the drought contingency plan. And it's been a while. I've definitely, you know, read it, but it's not really fresh on my mind. But yes, that contingency plan is requiring all the states to take water cuts. And those will kick in more severe if we get back down approaching that minimum pool. You know, which the 35, when we get down to 35-25, I think we still have about 30 to 35 feet above minimum pool for power generation. So the states aren't going to be taking as much cuts as they would have been if we would have stayed down where we were. But yeah, that contingency plan, a big part of that is being able to keep that 35-25 in Lake Powell. It's important for not only for power generation, but of course all the recreation and economy that's based around Lake Powell.
Dan, I have a quick question. You mentioned that you might be doing some clog mussel, I guess, density sampling. So have you noticed, like just anecdotally, that there are maybe years where they're not as dense? I guess I just assume that when they're there, they're just thick as anything, no matter what. Until water
Yeah.
level drops.
Yeah, no, I mean, just anecdotal. Definitely it fluctuates a lot. It's very interesting to see just from my experience fishing there before I took the job down here. You know, you get a few years where the lake level is pretty stable, and those quagga mussels, they only like that photic zone. And so that's going to vary from year to year, you know, where that photic zone is. And when you get a stable lake for a few years, those densities are going to build and build. And of course, that's less and less productivity into the lake. But then, like, one thing, and, you know, Wayne and George were starting to get pretty worried about that back, you know, 16, 17. They were not seeing very good recruitment of a lot of the young of year fish. It had been 5 or 6 years since quagga had established. And then we hit this really bad drought, and the lake dropped so fast that it really dried out, desiccated massive amounts of quagga mussels. And you can still see those bands, you know, that are high and dry. And had a massive die off, and then we saw some of the best striper recruitment and young of year fish recruitment in decades. And so we do know that quagga mussel density does have a big role to play, and we're trying to figure that out and figure out how we could monitor that from year to year and try to forecast what that might mean for the future. And it'd probably be some kind of dive surveys, or maybe a underwater rover survey, some way to estimate density.
Let me know if you need help with that.
Thank you. Yeah. Do you dive, Trina?
I do. Been a while. Ever since the division went away from the AIS surveys, the diving AIS surveys, I used to help Rich, but anyway, so you can let me know.
Yeah, will do. Yeah,
Jamie?
it looks like James.
Yeah, is there a future for, I'm sure you've considered this many times, but is there a future for red ears in there, shell cracker to help out?
Nice.
Yeah. I remember watching that and talked to Wayne about that a few times. And of course, they did the southeast or the southern region did a big study on that, where they looked at the diets of bluegill and green sunfish to see if that niche was already being, they're interested in red-eared sunfish eating quagga mussels, which they have been shown to do in some of the lower reservoirs on the Colorado.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Yeah, and basically, to make it short, they found that they decided that red ears probably wouldn't do anything ecologically that bluegill and green sunfish aren't already doing.
Okay.
Yeah. Call it. Yeah.
Okay, all in favor of keeping Lake Powell on the list? Raise your hands. Jamie?
Yeah, I hear you.
You're muted, Jamie. What? You're muted.
Thumbs up. How about this?
There you go. I take it that's an overwhelming. Multiple thumbs
Nice.
up. Okay.
That's your response, cigar puck.
Jealous.
Nice. Okay, great. I'll stop sharing.
Is that it?
Yeah, that was it, because we don't have
Enough votes.
the 4 votes for the other 3 reservoirs. So,
I'll vote for you.
you have a question?
Yeah, I've got a question about the minimum requirement. How's that set? Who set it?
That is a great question for
And,
Brandon,
and if,
because I don't know.
and if it wasn't even there, obviously these last 4 waters were all unanimously approved to stay on the blue ribbon.
Yeah, so Randy, can you speak to how those were?
I can't really speak to it because that pre-existed me. There's a handbook for blue ribbon. Basically said that you need to have at least a third minimum decibel persistence in water. And the score has to exceed the scoring threshold, which the Trina was going over for every water.
And that does make sense, right? In order to really give it a good review, you need at least a good sample size. So I could see that where, I know it sounds like, well, 3, that's super close, but I mean, you have to call it somewhere and keep that consistent.
I was focused more on the 65 score. Where was that minimum established, or why? I mean, let's say the average of 4 people that visited a particular water voted and their average score was 60. But then we brought it up to a vote and everybody approved it. What's magic about the number 65? Where did that come from?
Oh, and I guess this wouldn't speak to that, would it? Because this is just showing you the scoring.
This is kind of an arbitrary number that somebody threw in there that we have to meet as a minimum.
I doubt it was arbitrary, knowing the people who came up with the scoring criteria. I wasn't involved in that, so I can't really speak to it either.
It's
but
probably just a percentage of, you can see there's 87 points possible for flat waters, 83 for flowing waters, and they probably wanted it to be a certain percentage.
I suspect it's percentage cutoffs, or if you were to follow, you know, if they said that on average, a blue ribbon fishery needs to rank out, agree, let's say, for all these questions, you know, what would that minimum score be? Is what I suspect.
Yeah.
If I remember right, they might have, when they redid the Hepworth Walker scale, gone through and rated each current blue ribbon water in those categories, and it used that score.
And that's possible too. There's a big spreadsheet I've seen with scores from like.
Yeah, if I remember right.
Or something like that. And if you look at the thresholds, you see some rationale behind them, like rivers have typically a lower scoring threshold because there's no boat access and a few things like that that always are gonna score poorly for like a river setting. If you look at like a reservoir setting, the smaller the reservoir, the lower the scoring threshold is, because again, the smaller the water body, the less access you have.
Okay. What did you have?
Yeah, so if you look at your 87, 75% of that's 65 points. So probably just going for like a solid C fishery or better is their bottom line. Unless you're in my kids', you know, ag class, and 65% still B plus. So that's, you know, numerically, I just put that in the calculator and that's what it comes up being. And 75% is 65 points for that 87.
Calvin, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, and Nick was on the right track there. It came off of the Walker-Hepworth scale and how they got the scoring rankings. They came up with the minimum criteria off of the Hepworth-Walker scale. So Craig Walker would be your one to be able to give you a little more answer and depth of how each type of fishery and what the minimum criteria was, but it was off of that.
Okay, why don't I'll just talk with Craig and then I'll just give a little 5-minute update at our next meeting. That way we can resolve it. But it sounds like that's probably pretty darn close, but Craig might have a little bit more to add. So
Craig would have something to add, I'm sure, but Craig's very data driven, so I'm sure there's a strong rationale behind it.
Yeah, so I'll just let everyone know what I find out.
I know when I first got on the council, we had a lot of discussion. This was 3 years ago. We had a lot of discussion about the Hepworth Walker scale. I kind of just listened, but Bert and Rex were here at that time, and Randy, you were here, and you know, reviewing the criteria and that kind of thing. So I know it's definitely not arbitrary, but
I'm sure this is not the only time it's going to come up, right? So it would be good for me to know more about what.
We've discussed it for hours. We've discussed it a lot, but this is the first time I've heard that particular question. And it's a great question, honestly. It's where the threshold come from. I think some of the other questions that focus on criteria have been like, why do you put so many points into shore access? More points or less points? Or,
right.
You know, that's been kind of the previous question rationale.
Yeah, no, I think that's something I should probably be more familiar with. So I'll take some time.
Randy, I've got a question. So we're reevaluating, not adding waters now.
Yes.
Have we ever had the situation where we did not have enough folks to visit the water?
Yeah.
To reevaluate?
Oh, to reevaluate.
That's what I was gonna.
So do we roll them over? What do we do?
Yeah, and I think that's a fair question. This reevaluation is new. I think, did we reevaluate last year? Maybe this is the first year of reevaluation.
Yeah, Calvin did last year.
Yeah, we did Calvin last year.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, we're kind of a new territory here on what we want to do.
So what do we do with those waters that haven't had enough?
Give them food, Nick. Just kidding. Yeah, that's a great question.
No, we gotta figure out what we're gonna do. We're gonna roll them over.
I have already.
Well, and I mean, one thing to keep in mind is that there's a 2-year period on getting scores for those waters. So, you know, some of those, I mean, we're one short on, which means if we can get one person to hit those waters, that would put us.
Which ones would
Would it be possible
short on?
to
Gun,
like the
Sam Hollow,
January
Fell
meeting?
Creek, so
Yeah.
three
Evaluating, 'cause I
Washington
know
County.
are likely that
I can get Gunlock and Sand Hollow. Sand Hollow.
Well, I think,
Okay.
I think that's a fair question, Nick, and I think the thing to do would be to, I'm just throwing this out here, as a discussion for the group, but you know, what would the next 4 years waters be? I mean, it's possible that our bylaws have enough waters there would be new blue ribbon fisheries that they probably should be evaluated. It could be another year of reevaluation, but that's a question for the January meeting. But I think the way to do it, say we wanted to re-up those 3 waters down there in Washington County for next year, would be just to let them get reevaluated in the November meeting again. Knowing that maybe we could put less effort into pushing blue ribbon members to go down that direction if we got a guy who's coming on who's gonna have those scores to get.
Yeah, we like his one, Trina.
Yeah, Larry says he can visit Sand Hollow and Dunlop
By
the next meeting too, so.
But did we get that? Did everybody come in this year, or if we push it over an extra year, you have to be to it within 2 years, then you may lose some of the score.
Anyone drops off or not.
One wrinkle with why it might be nice to push for January is originally when we offered to be the region for reevaluation, the thing that prompted that was Dan and John are doing a management plan for the Washington County waters this winter.
Oh, boy.
So we were hoping to have a clear message
Yeah.
from Blue Ribbon on whether or not these are Blue Ribbon waters going into creating that
So
management plan.
if, so we do have, like you said, we have a warm water rep who's fished all 3.
Yeah,
And then if you can hit 2 of those, because I think it's a much better thing to get like 5, 6, 7 reviews, right? So, I guess depending on how y'all vote, we've got another, it was added to the agenda, so you probably didn't see that, but, round 215, we have a new agenda item, nomination for a warm water rep. We no longer have a second warm water rep. So, we have someone, that the Southern region is nominating, and that person has fished all 3. So if you guys approve him with a 2/3 vote, then he'll have to go through the process, but we could try to expedite that process. And he could be on by January, hopefully, and make those rankings if he's fished it once.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So there's a way forward to get your feedback. Does that make sense, or is that trying to just rush things, Randy? I guess it's not rushing when we've had this on the radar, right?
You're in charge of this, so I'll just give you.
Okay, well, January,
My
yeah.
2 cents though, is that normally I would say stick to the November review, but Nick has great rationale from our perspective on getting the reviews for the urban status for those waters for the management plan. So I think for those 3 waters, don't just think of Larry and the new rep, but make it for everyone. If you get down there, collect scores up until, right before the January meeting. And January meeting, we can compete this game for those 3 waters.
Okay. I'll make a note we're gonna add that, so hopefully, we can get multiple people down there. It's probably a good time to go down and.
Yeah, well,
Well,
that's,
yes and no.
I was gonna
Golfing.
bring that up.
Oh,
It's nice to
Golfing.
It's
Trying to find
the
a place.
likelihood of having a real good fish catching experience, that window's not as good as it was.
I can attest to that.
Warm water fishing, Nick knows, or Daniel, it's temperature based mostly, and I think my boy was out on Sand Hollow the other day, said it was 58 degrees already, so.
Oh, for some reason I thought it'd still be blazing down there. Yeah,
It was 75 yesterday when I was golfing, but the lake's cold.
Okay.
Well, that brings up the subject that you have at 1:30, the scoring process, what did and didn't work, so.
But you can still go fish and you can see the amenities and
Yeah,
see
all
the
of the other
beauty
aspects.
and,
And I mean.
And we have 3 reviews that did come from hopefully better.
And in principle, I mean, maybe Nick could summarize some data on those waters and get them out to the council. Because in principle, your fish ratings, your fish scores are like number cost and stuff like that. Should reflect what in principle you think you can do on a day, not whether or not you had a good day of fishing or not.
That's true.
Yeah, and John's done a lot of really good work.
Yeah.
We kind of just have a great monitoring there historically, but John's really got some good data.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'd like to try and make that happen, even if we don't approve Neil or get him on the cancel or however that works out. I'd still like to, let's review that in January. I'll add some time to the agenda. TJ and I can talk about how to fit that in. And yeah, please try to get down and fish, and it'd be nice to get down there. right? January, oh my gosh. Escape the coldness. Yeah, let's talk a little bit. We've got a little bit of a debrief on the scoring process, what did and didn't work for folks. And we'll just open that up for discussion. Does anyone have any feedback for us? We'll be planning to do this every November. So it would be great to have suggestions on the process on how to make it easier for folks to get down and fish or whatever.
I'll make one comment.
Okay.
My comment is the process today was very smooth. I liked how it ran. I liked how you summarized the stuff. Turned out a lot simpler than I think I ended up with in the past. And then Nick, your presentation, the same goes to Dan. You're kind of getting into how you scored them, how you saw it was really nice to see. I think it was more transparent this year than in the past. And that's good.
Like, do we need to do any more training on applying the scale? We did some, I think, last year, did we not?
Like
You
how
took
to
it.
score.
Yeah. For example, I think the point that you made is you go down, one of us goes down, we have a bad day, bad weather, the lake's turned. But you can certainly look at the potential, and I look at it. And if I'm in there and I'm seeing a whole mass of big fish, I'm gonna rate it high, even though I may not get them to eat for me that particular day. You really want to score, get water under your belt. You gotta go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, in different conditions. So maybe that's something we need to keep in mind for everybody is it's not that you just had a great day or had a bad day, is what is the potential? That's how I try to rate them.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's the way we ought to rate them.
I think that should be the standardized approach. Luckily, most of the scoring criteria are things that don't change, like how pretty is the setting, what are the amenities like, what wild parts, how is your day fishing, and I don't know what that is. It's 20 of the 87 points or something like that. I mean, it's you don't get the big 21st on the score, but there's a lot of things that are very fixed that don't change. So
Yeah, but Rich had a good point. Where'd this come from? And do we want to continue with it? Or do we want that threshold?
I think it'd be worthwhile trying to do a presentation on just the history. And
Which is it January where we assign the next year's waters?
Yeah, I think another great meeting for this, and I know this pushes us back to June. June's kind of like the training meeting. It'd probably be a good discussion then to throw in, here's how you use the Hepler block show. Oh, here's the history of it, how it works.
Sounds good. Yeah.
There-
Taking notes.
Anything else on the debrief? Scoring? Try and see what happens.
Calvin, did you have a comment?
Yeah, so I've been attending these meetings for way too long than I like to admit. The last few years with this new system that Randy's put together, the scoring system is a lot easier and a lot more efficient for us, us division guys on our end. I remember sitting in some of these meetings and it would take 3 or 4 meetings hashing out if a blue ribbon water was, blue ribbon or not. And so this system is a lot more thorough and efficient for you guys and us on this end too. And I think it works really well for us. So I think some training and bringing maybe Craig in or learning a little more how the threshold numbers were created will help out with that. But compared to what it used to be, this is really nice. I'll admit that. So.
You can do a lot more passion now when you've met once a month.
Yeah.
I'll second Calvin's comment because I've been on it almost as long as he has now. And we've been through so many different personnel. I mean, are they 3-year terms? Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about this so many times back and forth, but this does seem to be the most efficient for everyone. That's just my comment.
Okay.
All right, great.
Jamie?
Yeah, I know I'm a little bit behind. And by the way, Randy, it's hard to hear Randy's voice when he talks. But, just thinking about the 3 waters that didn't get enough scores, I was just wondering if some of the reason for that is because of some of the guys don't have boats, which if they don't have a boat, that means they got lots of money in their pocket, because if you have a boat, you don't have any money in your pocket. But I wonder if that might be an issue. You know, I would have a hard time judging those Washington County reservoirs without being able to get out on them with a boat. Warm water fishing is, you know, done with a boat, and if that's something that we could bring some boats down there to help guys out, or the division come up with some boats at a time.
It's adding work to your guys' workload, but it's off season, right?
I thought we did offer Dave in this boat, but I offered. Rex was gonna take me up on it, but he didn't make it. Yeah, I know we talked about maybe we did a Lake Powell trip. Maybe we should have done a Washington County water trip as well. I'll tell you, I do have a bass boat, but I also have a kayak, and I've done equally as well in my kayak on all three of those waters, actually had one of my very best days on Denlock just in my kayak, but the temperature was perfect. Kayak.
Yeah, Jamie, thank you for sharing your boat on that Lake Powell trip. That was a lot of fun. And I know the effort it took to get your boat down there, that was appreciated by me. I'm sure by everybody else as well.
I was all in on that. That was great.
But
you know, it was more than worthwhile for me when I saw Mickey's face after he caught that gizzard shad.
It was big though.
On spin gear and all that.
Yeah, you know, I think that there is a bit of leeway, I guess, in the scoring system, right? Or in the number of people required to rate a water body. Because I see that there's probably a couple of categories. Well, there's definitely a couple of categories of anglers, right? These different representatives, right? I see some people who are just more likely to fish streams and you know, fly fish, and then there's the folks who are boat anglers. But it does make me wonder, do we have, like, how do you make sure that there's enough folks with boats? Because that's an important component of rating a lot of these reservoirs that will rate, right? So,
well, what I liked about the Powell trip was it gave us a date, and I put, you know, it was 3 or 4 months ahead of time. I had it in my calendar, and where I try to, you know, carve out the time on my own personal time to go to down south, which I've been wanting to do because I've got half our neighborhood down there now. You know, it just made it easier. And then, you know, got to know Mickey a little more, and Rich and Jamie, and, you know, just getting to know the people on the council a little more, and the biologists. So that worked out. So maybe it's just a thought when we talk about January, you know.
I think, Trina, what you brought up is a good point. It's a fair discussion. When January comes around and it's time to figure out what the next suite of waters is, it may make sense to look at who the council members are, what their, you know, equipment situation is, that kind of thing, and not pick a bunch of boat waters if they don't have a lot of council members with boats, unless we could come up with some contingency plan, like somebody could take them out or something like that.
I mean, I'd chip in on a rental, you know, I get some of these deals.
Cause what was it? The quail? Just having a boat alone not only like enhanced your opportunities at fishing, but also enhanced your opportunities at exploring the area, which and then rated it maybe a little bit higher in a perspective. You know, you could get out, hike around. And I do think a boat does kind of make a difference in these fisheries. And personally, I would be happy to do better at offering a seat in my boat. You know, if I have plans to go down, I try to plan things in advance too. And maybe just put it out to the group via email, saying, hey, I'm going down this date if anyone would like to come down. Because I think it does make a little bit of a difference there.
that would be great if, you know, folks could do that. And you can just, if you have a request, you can send it through me, or you can just hit reply all to that list too, even. That would certainly help. Because that should be a consideration, right? When we're thinking about.
You know, TJ, I don't even know if you remember when we went to Big Sand Wash Starvation. For that group.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there was boats and kayaks and I think everybody got on a boat that wanted to. I think it worked pretty darn good, actually, but it was kind of more of a field trip meeting.
Yeah, but we knew in advance,
Exactly, yeah.
but
We got
that's her
signed.
point. If we put out a date,
Yeah.
it's okay, she brings her boat, I bring my boat, he brings his boat. Maybe we can get more folks out on the water. That does make sense.
Something
But
that,
yeah, you're right, sand wash worked out great.
Yeah. The only downside, Natalie, was the temperature was wrong.
and everybody got lost, but I just wanted to let everyone know that we have signs around Big Sand Wash right now. You won't get lost. If you want to come back out. Yeah, that was a slow.
Something to, I think.
Yeah, let's talk about that for when we, I guess, we don't know, we already talked about this. We don't know what region we're going to next, right?
Yeah, and I don't know if we have to do a region. I think that's probably between you and TJ. You bring up with the council too, but start thinking about like reevaluation, like what makes sense. I think
Yeah.
we did Calvin's region one year because that was very central. We picked Nick this year because he had those three waters that he wanted to do, but then we also really liked the idea of having this mix of some streams, fishing, and some lake fishing, and there's a couple clusters. So a cluster is sort of Otter Creek area, waters, one St. George area to seem to make sense. But I don't know what the other regions look like. If you start looking at what needs to be reevaluated, what the options look like.
Yeah, so I guess, we'll probably want to talk to Clint, Natalie, and Tyler, I guess, as we start thinking about that. And maybe if you guys have some thoughts and it's just really just a direct time, let's go to your region, then we can make that work or something else. But we'll talk about that.
We have a master list of when the water was last evaluated.
We do.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get that out.
Yeah, and there's a whole slug of waters that were originally scored in like 2004 or 2006 that have not been reevaluated since. So it's pretty ripe for picking off of that one.
Okay. Yeah.
Like that.
Something to plan for. Okay. Any other comments on scoring?
We move to development priorities, or
Sure.
who's got?
So I put together just some thoughts. This was a list. Basically just looking at, last year's topics for outreach. And, some things that we've been maybe talking about in the Northeastern region, since that's my experience. And then just some other things like that, projects that were going to happen this fiscal year. So this is a very extensive list. Really, we only need about 12 of these. And I guess we could always have more, but I think the idea is to do like social media outreach every other week-ish or so. And so the list that y'all put together with Brandy last year probably had about, I think I only had about 10. So we don't need all of these, but I just was throwing out ideas just to have something to start with. If you hate them, you hate them. That's great. If you love them, great. So I can just go through them, and we can talk about them if we need to, or we could just talk about the list once I'm done. Blue Ribbon is partly funding the starvation fish screen. There was, I think from a previous year, there was just how we talk about how Blue Ribbon funding is allocated and how it's used, because the public might be interested in that. There was a project on Duchesne River bank stabilization, or just even do a statewide habitat post. The Pine View habitat install, a water body selection and review process. People might be interested in that. Economic survey results. So we'll have a draft of that by June, most likely. We should, because that's when the contract ends, so June 30th. So we'll have that study out and can talk about that. That might even be like a larger press release. That should have some really great information. Just Colorado River cutthroat trout or Bonneville cutthroat trout support and work done on that. Ice fishing, Blue Ribbon waters over the winter. We do have a couple of terms expiring in 2024. I don't know at this point if those people can re-up, so we might need more representatives. So we could do a request for representatives and the responsibilities associated with it. Spring bass fishing, krill survey results, for Flaming Gorge Reservoir. I know that one was done, and then it sounds like there was one in Provo, so that could be added in, just some brief, like some of the most interesting results. Walleye or other, different, by different, I mean non-rainbow trout fishing. Catch and release BMPs, we always like doing one of those just to remind people proper catch and release techniques. High elevation fishing opportunities for things like tigers and tiger muskie, goldens. I know for us, or for the northeastern region, the goldens are a long way in. Not everyone can make it there, but I think there's probably more opportunity in other regions. Fall fishing. You're all probably aware of Flaming Gorge issues this year with the kokanee lake trout interactions. There's been a big study up there. It's a tagging study for lake trout. So those results are done, and the lake trout population is very large. So we could do when those study results are finalized, we could do an effort there. Just Flaming Gorge kokanee closure reminder, Linwood Bay closure reminder. There might be other water bodies that have these. Obviously, there's kokanee closures statewide, so we could do that statewide. Just as a reminder, Bear Lake, probably lots that could be talked about with Bear Lake. Other individual, or what we talked about, East Fork Severe, coupling that with Otter Creek or something like that. Again, there's costs and benefits to highlighting specific waters though. Cut slam promotion, there's probably plenty of cut slam promotion elsewhere though, but just throwing that in there. We could always talk about, promoting specific populations where biologists know we need harvest. We'll have regulations this year. It's a regulation cycle year, so those are due by April 1st. So that could be done before public comment or after public comment comes back and before it goes to the RAF. In fact, we probably will do that anyway. And then triplet grass carp is a management tool. If you look on our division stocking page, it shows that we're stocking carp, which is awful. I hate it, but they won't change that database. So people sometimes say, why are you guys, why are you?
It says sterile grass carp now.
Oh, great. So now we can hype sterile grass carp and talk about why we're stocking those and how they're different from common carp. So they've already laid that groundwork. So those were the ideas that, have been done before, kind of those ongoing things that could come up every year, or just some thoughts. So I don't even know what the process typically is for this agenda item. So I'm just going to throw it out. Is there anything that really calls to anybody?
Two items.
Yeah.
And both are from a position of people in the fly fishing clubs that I've been involved with don't seem to know the process or even know that it's required to have your boat cleaned or your float tube cleaned or your kayak cleaned for aquatic species. That would be a great video as a outreach program. The second one, I'll let you finish typing.
So you're talking like a decon or just clean it,
just rules in general that they've got to either carry the piece of paper with them or go on site and listen to some. And I went through a really bizarre video or series of videos where they give you the answers to the questions in the segment, I don't know, 3 or 4 segments before they actually ask the question.
Sometimes you're guessing what they're at.
Yeah. It's not a good system is what I'm saying. But from a public outreach, nobody knows in all the groups that I've associated with about what's required. Now, if you own a boat, a big boat, you're probably being stopped somewhere, like in Evanston, Wyoming, on the way to Flaming Gorge. Yeah. So those people are aware of it. But the rest of the population, if you've got a small little non-motorized boat, like a kayak or a float tube, they don't have a clue. And they're going on waters. And somebody's going to get fined and then go, oh, I didn't know. Secondarily, with the walk-in access programs, I don't think we promote that enough. People will go along the Weber River and go, oh, look, here's a set of stairs. And, oh, we need an access number. How do we get that? Why do we need it? So I think that's a perfect public outreach type of infomercial that should be needed.
Okay. Randy, you were gonna say something prior to the process. huh?
I was gonna say about the process, and I've got a few other comments as well I'll throw out, but in terms of the process, what we're doing right now, I think is perfect. It's get some ideas out there and then invite Faith from Outreach, and Jessica's probably a good one too, if we get both of them to the January meeting.
Yeah.
And really that discussion is like, here's our ideas. Which ones do you think are good ideas? What do you think is the best way to handle this? Like, is this a social media post? Is this a press release?
Okay.
And kind of talk that through with the group. And then usually after the fact, then I send some stuff out, maybe recruit some Blue Ribbon members to help get pictures or something like that if we need it for some of these. So that's kind of the process. So I think what we're doing right now is perfect. It's get some ideas on paper, really. I think one thing, Rich's suggestion on boat disinfection is a great one. I think it's something that Outreach needs to do. I also think that they give us kind of so much Blue Ribbon effort. We shouldn't blow Blue Ribbon effort on something Outreach should do. So I guess my point, Trina, is get with Outreach, and I would just tell them it's not a Blue Ribbon thing, it's a statewide thing. There's some concerns about Outreach. What do we have for materials? Can we get some stuff out, particularly when fishing season comes around the pipeline? Just remind people the rules and make it kind of consistent. I think in terms of your list, the one thing that comes to mind is angler survey. And it's something that this group is not terribly aware of, but every 5 years, the division does a statewide survey through Utah State University. It kind of gets a pulse of angler perception in terms of what the preferences are for like species and how people like to fish across the state, some things like that.
Yeah.
There's some awesome data coming from that, and that
Yeah.
data is going to shape how we manage our fisheries moving forward. And it's probably something this group would benefit from hearing, but also would be a good social media or some kind of Blue Ribbon feature on just like, here's kind of the division's future direction, how we're handling things like crowding down the road and some things like that with our management.
Is that QR code ready to be sent out to a group like this?
The QR code?
Yeah, that they provided on
Oh.
Tuesday?
I don't know. I haven't been to the QR code, so I don't.
Oh, I'll show you.
Okay.
Should be.
Is it? Yeah.
Probably.
I've seen them.
Hey, Rich,
but they're supposed to round.
you know, I find them comments really interesting because my son's worked extensively with quagga mussels and he's impounded boats. He's had to handcuff people because they go crazy. And 99% of them are wakeboard boats. He says fishermen are great. They know what they're doing. So that's interesting to me.
And I say that probably because most of the people I'm getting feedback from when I ask them questions, are they aware of that process? They may be more a kayak or a float tube kind of person, or a really small boat, and they may fish in the north where there aren't any quagga mussels at the moment. So if you're discussing that down in Lake Powell and the southern, it's probably more aware down there than it is up here. I'm just throwing out my thoughts, and when I ask people and they go, yeah, I don't.
You're spot on. I don't help out with the AIS folks a ton, but I have in the past, right? Like, especially at Flaming Gorge when we were doing the Creel and the AIS tech was scheduled to leave, so we would just take over. And I'm still surprised at the number of people, and I don't know if I believe them, but you'd like to, right? But that say, oh, I have to have, and they have a boat, so oh, I have to have this. I'm supposed to do this. And then there were a lot of people who were confused about the new process too. I know they've tried to do some outreach for that, but there's probably more follow-up that needs to be done there. And then, you know, the non-motorized, right, the paddle boards and stuff. I know that was an issue this year too, where we're trying to get people to pull over and get that inspected, at least talk to folks, but they don't quite understand. You think, 15 years into this program, right?
Yeah, but you're getting new users every year. Every spring, you're getting a new group of kayakers or paddle boards that don't have a clue. Yeah.
So every year, it's probably a good one for every year.
One of the things that was on the list from last year was, I don't know if it applies to this list, but we were gonna do a Crockett and I
catfishing seminar for Utah Lake, Bear River, and Willard.
And we talked about doing one north and one south.
It'd probably be best to combine it. I haven't got out as much as I wanted to, even on work time, so.
What was the third water?
Willard Bay,
Okay, what was the second water?
Bear River.
Okay.
And then Dave thought it'd be a good idea to do one down south for catfishing. We did a kokanee down in Richfield, early part of the summer, and that was a big hit down there.
The kokanee seminars are always packed.
Yeah,
We doing another one this year?
I'll do whatever we want to do. I mean, it's our world, right?
Yeah,
And I think this list could be some of that, like I'm just picking one, I see bass fishing up there, you know,
Yeah.
could that be a seminar, you know, it's something we can talk about.
And we did an ice fishing seminar right before COVID. I think that was 2020. I forget.
Yeah, 2020.
Yeah, and that was, we did that up at Jordanelle in the Hale room there, and that was really, we did the kokanee there too. And both of those were good. Some of the other things we accomplished last year is we had a blue ribbon presence at the Wasatch Fly Fishing Expo. Thank you. So it might be good to get into they have the big one at the Salt Palace to get in there, because we can partner with Trout Unlimited, and those guys will help staff that booth, and we can promote Blue Ribbon and AIS or whatever other things. And then
When is that generally?
March.
March. And the Wasatch fly fishing is in April, although we don't have dates for that yet. Rich and I were just talking about that. And then we did this blades and barbecue thing last spring. It was just outreach again, you know, being there, handing out literature. Rex wants to do that again because we both ate too much. And then there's this outdoor recreation day on the hill in February where there's promoting outdoor recreation. I went there with John Schultz last year, and you know, you can buttonhole some legislatures there. You know, you have the mechanized, motorized people are there, and the boating people are there. But after skiing, my understanding is fishing and angling is the second largest revenue driver for outdoor rec. So we ought to, you know, I don't know where to reach out in that. There were a lot of DNR people there from different areas. I know they had their little diving robot there. So I'm not sure how we get hooked up with that, but that's in February. And there was a lot of people there, and then there was a lot of legislatures there. A lot of the legislature is there. Obviously, it's Capitol Hill, they're in session, so.
That suggestion, I'm just gonna say maybe leads to something, and that's when the economic survey is done. I wonder if it maybe be worthwhile to work with outreach to somehow make some glossy, you know, one-page synopsis of that could be handed out, particularly like politicians, so they understand not just Blue Ribbon Fisheries, but the overall value.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see. So that's gonna be done in July already?
Yes, yeah, the contract's done the end of June, so I'd expect, you know, a report about that time frame.
Boy, that guy works quick.
He's the same person that did the original.
He's the same guy who did the original, so I think he has it pretty canned.
Yeah.
Get it done, so.
And let's see what else we have.
There's a boat show at the Sandy Expo Center in February.
Yeah, I usually.
And then there's an RV show the following, but the boat show is more relevant to people on the water. And the jet skiers and the water skiers.
They're all there.
They need to know those regulations as well.
Yeah.
The AIS program used to have our own booths that we go to at the boat show and the outdoor expo.
They still do.
Do they? Maybe a chance to piggyback with the already division people that are there.
Yeah. Because we At the Wasatch, Fly Fishing Expo, we jumped on the Trout Unlimited, booth there. And that worked out really well.
For these, like when you actually go to outdoor, not that one, but the boat show, is there, I don't know, any kind of like table display that you guys usually do, like a blue ribbon?
Well, I keep forgetting to bring the sign Randy had made up. I was gonna be sitting there right there where I was gonna grab it.
I think that's a good question. We got a sign. It's like one of the rubberized, foldable tarp kind of sign. So it's pretty durable, but we don't have much for outreach materials. Like I gave Larry a bunch of stuff last year, which was the stuff I had laying around, various brochures.
That's all still there. So.
I'm sure it's there, but I'm also sure our amount is dwindling.
Oh, yes.
Last year I didn't make new stuff. It was just what was laying around. So.
Oh, we can go check that box out. You still have your same office?
No.
I have his. It's all in there still. Whatever was there before. Yeah, we can check that out. Order some new stuff, maybe if needed.
And then when's catfishing season? I mean, if we're gonna do that kind of bass or catfishing, we should probably think about dates pretty quick to get that.
I wonder, is it going on now or is it the duck season? I noticed when I was in Gridlock, stopped completely on I-15 today, down by Provo, there was people along the cattails over there on the lake. Were they catfishing or duck hunting?
Traffic was stopped in Provo.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys live up there.
Very quick.
Roll that.
For Willard, it starts probably as early as April. For Bear River, probably not till May. But anglers that I talked to, and I've had quite a few calls this year for the Bear River. They did really well. Fishery was pretty good this year. They caught lots of different species of fish. Cats looked really good. So, yeah. And I know that Crockett and Penny were going to be fishing yesterday on the Jordan fishing for cats for us. DEQ still. So yeah, as long as the water stays fairly warm, it's not a big deal. So anyways, yeah, we could do it as early as even March, I guess, or April, and it wouldn't be too late for seminars.
Maybe wait till April so folks are getting the bug, they want to
Get off the ice and on the river.
come get out, give it a whirl right afterwards.
Hot dog sales would work.
We did a beginning bass fishing clinic in our region this year, and it was very well attended, and we had a regional bass fishing guy just come up and teach everyone. And we were all pleasantly surprised. We filled the whole room. And then he donated enough tackle to give to every single person in that room to give them kind of a starter basket. But that one was surprisingly awesome, I thought, just because we had a local guy teaching that, and he was able to give some kind of tips and tricks, but not everybody knows how to catch bass.
I don't. And I failed miserably.
Come with me.
Okay. Deal. It's hard.
We'll get him on the fly rod.
Okay.
Yeah, my buddy down in Ivans goes bass fishing with his fly rod all the time.
Yeah. I got to figure it out.
Anything's fun with the fly rod.
So this is the brainstorming of ideas.
Yeah, this is brainstorming.
And then we'll winnow them out to which part of the DNR should handle them versus else.
Yeah, because a lot of what I put together, put down on paper was just, ideas for press release, social media, things like that. So Larry's bringing up all of these expos and other events that we have to attend, but I think Faith would know when these were and how to like.
No, you gotta have her involved. She's like the boss.
Right.
I would say some of these things, I think I neglected to say this, we've got an outreach committee or subcommittee, which Larry's heading, that's got the seminar end of things. I think that's got going to these various, expo kind of things. Some of that we might handle more internally. But, you know, in terms of things like press releases and, blog posts and social media posts, that's probably what needs to be prioritized for the discussion of pay.
Yeah, so, maybe the best way to approach it would be to, I can separate this out into things that would just be press release, social media, that kind of thing versus actual events that we would want to attend. I could put them in two different sheets, right? I could add another sheet down here. Separate those two out, and then would everyone feel comfortable if I just sent this out in an email and then with an extra column to have you maybe prioritize them, maybe your top 10 for each one that you'd like to, or top 12.
Probably want to copy Faith in on that one, because she'll want to be, because we were doing it every once a month.
We're doing every other week,
Every other
social media post. I think we could keep it in Blue Ribbon and just have kind of, here's our rank list.
Yeah.
And then maybe whittle it down from being what's 35 or so things you got right now.
Yeah.
Down to, you know, maybe the top 25 or so that seem legit, and see what they think of those.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, these were just, you know, things that have been done before or projects that might be of interest that are happening now, that kind of thing. We don't have to go to that list or be part of that discussion. So the idea was to whittle them down, but maybe right now is not the best time to do that. I would say too, though, if you think of anything else, feel free to add it, but do that, maybe just text or call or email that idea to me before I send this out. I'll probably send it out in like maybe the November 29th or so. It'll be a little while, but like because next week's Thanksgiving. So the week after, I'll probably send this list out. So if you have anything, get it to me in the next 2 weeks. I'll add it to the list, clean this up. I can send it out to everyone, and then just ask you guys to rank. And we'll just, whatever ranks out highest is what we'll take forward and talk with Faith about. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was gonna ask these regional folks, one thing I really like to see when it comes to this outreach, especially on, you know, working with the outreach section, on these posts and stuff, are there projects that aren't listed up here that you're doing on waters? It doesn't necessarily highlight the water necessarily, but it highlights work that you are doing as a biologist, or, you know, or that the division does on these types of waters.
There's probably so many.
Those are the kinds of things that I get excited about, but I'm probably,
like the
I don't
netting.
know, the rest of the group, I'm a biologist, so I love to see those things. I love to read them. But,
The netting and the electric
yeah,
fishing
yeah.
results.
So like you want to fish, you know, a new backpack, right? Some cool photos of people, you know, going through and doing those, the fish hawking and stuff. I mean, I've taken plenty myself, and,
Share them to me, because we never take photos of ourselves.
Well, and I mean, the division has blog posts. And there's a few blog posts that are kind of, I don't know, here, I'm an employee, here's what I do, kind of thing, that has some of that stuff.
Yeah.
And we can look through those, and see, I don't know what fishing related ones have been done, but you know, if there's a need for aquatics of some kind.
yeah, but they're kind of cool, you know, I mean, there's a lot of things that they don't know happens, you know, with the division of biologists, but
It's changed a lot since we used to have a region. That allowed for some more region-specific, smaller projects to be showcased, basically, and that went away quite a while ago, and it's just not the same anymore.
Are there still outreach managers in each region?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they come to us quite a bit in our region, at least once a month, saying, what's going on this month? And I've had media show up, and we've put some stuff together. But yeah, it's definitely, I would say, harder. I've only been here for a year and a half, but a lot of the stuff we see is lead up to RAC meetings. It's a lot of the posts you see, because those are big agenda items. They might not have much flexibility to do that, but it's something to think about.
Yeah.
Like small little grill projects, we do the background behind that, not just necessarily the results of what it means. Why are we doing that?
Yeah.
go into that one more.
You're all doing stuff. I mean, we know that. We know that. And
Well, basically, they're updates that they give us.
Yeah.
Is what they're doing.
Yeah. I mean, we have one project over here that's, you know, specifically funded by, well, there's multiple obviously, but you know, the Pineview structure thing, you know, when that happened, boy, there ought to be a photographer right there, you know, taking some pictures. And that's one thing that should get highlighted, you know, as a post, if you will.
What we could do, maybe during the main sampling season, which I guess starts different times for the different regions, but you know, like for spring gill netting or something, we could just have in April and May one of the social media posts just reserved for one of the regions to just give us their results.
Or multiple regions. I mean, you have multiple regions doing spring gill netting in general at the same time. I think maybe it's better. I don't know. Facebook's negative lately.
And then, yeah, we have
It can
to,
be positive, but it's so negative. Break it up into multiple.
well, they don't want it to be
so badly.
too long too, so I
That's
guess.
crazy. Well, even some of those things, you know, you say they're negative. I mean, it could be a fishing post and all of a sudden it turns into deer hunting. Yeah.
Where's all the deer? Take my money, I don't know.
We might want to educate them on those fish structures. Didn't they pull your fish structures out last year?
Oh.
Because they thought their hidden boats were gonna hit them.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
People didn't know what they were.
All made out of plastic, yeah. Yeah.
Where was that?
That was a Pineview. They were meant for bluegills and crappies and perch to use for those boats. If we had a boat coming from Lake Powell and decided to spill things, and you know, kind of as a first step in catching villagers and stuff for bottom mussels was the thought. Yeah, somebody freaked out because there was something under the dock and they pulled them out and broke them, and so.
The civilian?
They broke them? I said, take this, no more. That's what
Yeah, and then they laid the dock, like the Utah Red guys laid the dock on one of those, so it broke too, so.
Like they thought they were helping?
Yeah, because they thought they were gonna damage boats. Even though like we talked to them, so. Yeah. Those structures are still sitting in my office.
Had they seen, like, had they seen the data of how quickly those fish came in?
I don't.
Cause that
They
was
don't-
pretty cool to see.
It's not anglers that are seeing it, like it's not anglers, it's big, bright, sparkly boats.
Oh.
And you know the boats.
Yeah, I do.
We all know the boats.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, there's something there that's gonna ruin it. So, and they were 6 feet under the water, like they're not even close to the surface where they're close to. But just the fact that they could see it. Other part that goes with that is the dock structure was supposed to be 20 or 30 lengths, you know, long and wide, this huge elaborate thing to store, you know, 20 boats on there so you can get on and off. And it's 3 little lengths, and so you're only sitting in 8 or 10 feet of water. And try as we could, we can't get them deep enough to come out of view. So a good algae bloom would have been very beneficial. But you're right, like some of this, you know, Russ hits it. I get involved enough in my projects, and maybe the others are too. I rarely like think about, I mean, I have a camera with me, I have a phone with me, but I rarely think about taking pictures. Enough that like would put together a pretty good little blog post or a little Facebook post or whatever. And so he's right, we need to have, and I need to schedule when we get to that point, make sure that our outreach guy is there and taking pictures and taking photos. Our guy now is lots better than the one previous, who would just say, well, you're there, you do it. And then wanted me to write the post, and then wanted me to post it. It's not my job, I'm fish guy. So I am glad that we have somebody that will come take video and take pictures, write the story, give it to me to tweak or whatever, and then be able to be sent. So that's on me for getting somebody there for those projects, but we probably need.
Or just tell one of your technicians that your job is to take pictures all year or something like that, you know?
Right?
I think this is really for the DWR people that outreach pulls out of kind of our own internal picture catalog when they're making social media posts, press releases, that kind of thing. And it's a pretty sparse catalog of fish stuff. And, you know, I think inviting our regional outreach people out just to snap pictures on what just seems like a good day, you know, like we're going electrofishing, a bunch of fish pictures across the field. That would add lots to the catalog, even if that happened once a year in each region. Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
and just the catalog, who's in charge of pulling everything together? It was Amy, I think, and
I don't know. It might be Jessica now. That's
I only have 9,000 photos on my phone.
Yeah, I have about 7,000 right now.
Yeah, we got enough.
I think we do have enough. Well, like you said, if there's something that we didn't cover or think of, go ahead and send it to me in the next 2 weeks. And that could be either text, email, give me a phone call. It doesn't matter, whichever is easiest for you. And I'll get this out, get it ranked. Probably give you quite a bit of time to do your rankings. I think our next meeting is January 18th. So we'll just need to have it maybe about a week after that, but I'll give you instructions when I send it out. On to the nominations.
Warm water.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what happened to our other warm water rep, but he just kind of, my understanding is he just kind of stopped coming. So I guess we need a new one. And Dave, would you like to talk about Neil for a bit? And I guess we'll just give him a couple of minutes to tell you about Neil. I did talk to him. He seems like a good guy to work with. He says he's willing to do the 4 meetings a year, you know, fish different water bodies as needed. So I think from the division's perspective, I think he's a great candidate, but go ahead.
I think he is too. When Nick asked me if I knew anybody, my son, he's involved with lots of bass fishermen. I asked him and we come up with some names, and then I remembered Neil. He's a super avid fisherman. I think he was born in Idaho, grew up kind of in Salt Lake, fishing the Jordan River, the Weaver River, the Provo River, then kind of converted to bass fishing. I think he told me he actually tournament fished for 25 years and then he kind of quit doing that. But I've seen him on the waters down in Washington County. I've seen him on Lake Powell. He loves bass fishing. He goes to Flaming Gorge all the time, smallmouth bass fishing. He's just a really avid fisherman, knows warm water fish. He would have been here today. I don't know if he mentioned to you, Nick, but I think he's in Arkansas this week with Gary Yamamoto, who makes bass fishing lures, hunting whitetail deer. So I mean, he's just really into fishing. I think he'd be a good fit.
So the process right now is just to take a vote. I know that's not a ton of information and maybe most of you probably haven't met him, but the process now is to take a vote, and if it's I think it's 2/3. So what, 8, if we need at least 8 people to vote, then we'll go through the nomination process, which is submitting a resume and then working through like the governor's office or something. And we can get him in place for the January meeting. And we also talked about then telling him welcome aboard. And by the way, your homework assignment, waiting for waters. So yeah, I guess let's call for a vote. All in favor, I guess just raise your hand or say aye.
Opposed? No.
Seems good.
So now he has to submit his request to the governor.
Yeah, he needs to give us a resume.
I can run Trina through it, but he has to fill an application on the governor's board and commission's webpage and submit to Trina a resume, and then she can package all that together and give it to the governor's office.
I think I was on the council my first 2 years before I got anything back from the governor's office. So fun.
They've gotten better.
But we'll submit that, right? He doesn't individually submit it.
He has to fill out an application.
The application.
himself
Are you official?
on the
I'm
page,
official. Okay.
And then Trina will submit it.
When I went through the process, it took about 6 months. And, and he just did his.
Yeah,
Took-
Rebecca and I could.
took, and Rebecca, about 5-6 months.
Oh, so what happens then, Randy, if he takes 5 to 6 months and he's not,
I think we call an official based off of this vote regardless. I think the governor's office has a new representative, whoever fills that position, secretary, who's been a lot more responsive as of late. There's somebody who I think had cancer or something. Putting in a ton of hours because she got sick and that really bought things out.
I will say on my second term, I got a letter within weeks and it didn't take very long.
Yeah.
okay.
All right.
Okay, and then next, Jordan Nelson's time is up and, it's been for a couple months now. And so we're nominating Stuart Bagley as his replacement. Jordan has a lot of, I guess he's got a good position. He's got a lot more going on right now. So, Stuart, would you like to tell us a little bit about yourself?
You bet. Like you said, Jordan, he's actually an old boss. I started in Central Region 03 dealing with the June sucker native fish. I was there 3 years doing that as a seasonal. Richard Hepworth asked me to come over and start doing krill surveys with them in the Central Region. And I don't know how many krill surveys I've done, at least a dozen. I've talked to thousands and thousands of anglers up and down Middle Provo, Jordanelle, Yuba, all around the Central Region. Then I switched over to wildlife for a year. And I switched over to hatcheries for 2 years. And Jordan said, "Hey, come try out Trout Unlimited. I think you'd like the job." And that's where I am today.
Just started, right?
Just started in October. Yeah.
What do you do for TJ?
Price River manager.
Okay.
Project manager.
So you're taking over Jordan.
Jordan, so there was a Zach that he had hired on, and his wife, I guess Zach's wife got a job in back east somewhere, so we had to follow her. So I applied right after him.
Oh. Yeah. So that is you would be the Southeastern region representative,
Yes.
right? Yeah. So we'll take a vote on Stuart. All in favor?
Send them off out.
Calvin?
Can I vote no? I mean, I've known Stuart for over 20 years.
So, the guy that taught me everything.
No doubt. Oh my goodness. Okay, great. Well, we'll get those moving forward. Stuart, get me your resume. And does the resume, so it's odd to me. Like, is it like a professional resume what they want, or is it the fishing?
I've seen professional resumes. I've told people like, give me half a page of your fishing experience. Like, what you fished for, how long you've been fishing, any club memberships or anything like that that you have. Just make it real focused on fishing.
Okay. And I'll call Neil to let him know the good news. Okay.
There are volunteer opportunities.
Yeah, so, volunteer opportunities, just, and I think with the outreach, there's volunteer opportunities there, right? Like going to these different expos, going to the Hill. But the idea, I think, with this one is just to provide more opportunity for you council members, as you have time, obviously, to help out division staff or to help division projects move forward or help division efforts move forward. So kind of, I guess we probably need to develop, system for making this as easy as possible, right? Like I can tell you when RAC meetings are going to be, like this next RAC in September of 2024 will be the fishing RAC. So we'll not push through, but we will propose regulations. I'll go to public comments and then they'll be presented to the RAC. And it's great to actually have somebody there. Usually there's no one there, right? At least at the Northern Region fishing RACs, there's no one there. So it'd be great to have Blue Ribbon Council members there. I know Flaming Gorge is going to propose a lot of regulation changes. So, I mean, we can't come to all of them, we get that, but, just, so thinking about like, maybe we just need to put a list of potential opportunities together, kind of like the outreach work plan, right? Where we just have here's the list, here are the opportunities, and then we can work together to get you guys to those.
It might even be wider than that. What about, I'll get to you in a sec. How about, opportunities to participate with your folks in the field like I did the other day, a couple weeks ago?
Yeah,
You know, with
absolutely.
the electroshock or your survey, and there's a one on the walleye at, starvation. I think that was not this year, but the year before. It's really nice to see how professional our folks are when they're in the field and what they're doing, what's involved.
Yeah.
So if you could broaden it, I'd like to make it that broad so that we can go. Clint, you do, Willard Bay pretty much, don't you?
Do Willard Bay every fall and every spring.
Yeah.
Spring for walleye spawn and fall for our twin sets. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That was my deal was, would you like, because there has been a Google Sheet that's been shared.
What I was just gonna say, somewhere there's a Google Sheets that's been created,
There was,
but I've lost it.
I haven't seen it for a while.
I can hook you up with that.
Is it on the, is it in that same folder?
Yeah, this will be new dates.
But I was thinking that maybe we should look at our own individual regions and see, hey, these are our top priorities.
Yeah.
If you want to, I mean, if that's something, send it out and we can prioritize, maybe get something. At
Probably
least what we
just
can.
2 or 3, your top 2 or 3 where you could need the help or you really want to show it off, you know, whatever.
We want them walking away with no hands because they got cut up by walleyes.
Everyone should experience that.
Pulling spines out of your skin for 6 weeks. Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Maybe just one comment, Trina. This is off topic, but we're talking about this spreadsheet. I've noticed for native species, chances that making these Google sites, which are glorified Google drives that house documents that make it real easy, so I can type in a URL, so the web page. I wonder if it'd be worth making a blue ribbon one that this group can have as like a one-stop shop for just like, here's the volunteer thing, here's the Hepworth Walker scale, here's the handbook, just right there so people can click on it.
So you're saying one of these things, site?
Yes,
Okay, I'll have to check that out. I've never
played with it either, but I know chances that make them, they look super simple, but they're better than the Google Drive.
He's young,
Nicer, yeah.
I'll hold your breath.
That generation.
I know,
Not
right?
that old. Come on now.
It might be that old.
So how do you want to do the field opportunities? Do you want the biologists to send out a note to the group instead of say this
So if
day?
you
or
guys
what?
can add your top priorities for your regions to this Google sheet or site or whatever it ends up being, I'll send that out. We've got a little bit of time, right? And then I can be the one that kind of, so you guys don't have to send out the volunteer, you know, the request. Like I can be the one that says, okay, here's, like, I'll just put it in order and then send out reminders to the council, like, okay, this is coming up, you know, so.
Yeah, we can send
I
the
think-
spreadsheet out so we can get that information. The site's really like a real low budget, easy,
Yeah.
like make a web page so you can just house the document. So if you just like the blue ribbon members have access to that, you just have a link to that spreadsheet.
Yeah, and then I can just send, you all would have access, but then I can just send reminders.
You send reminders or just there, you know, blue ribbon members want to go see the volunteer opportunities, go to that, but the volunteer link and see what's there.
That sounds pretty slick.
Yeah, I think it's easy. I think it's just really, like I said, a Google Drive in a glossier format that has documents.
Okay.
That work?
That sounds
I would
good.
say too, especially with union members, there's just something you want to come out and do with us sometimes. You want to see nighttime electric fishing from a boat, or you want to see something that you've got a hint of somewhere. Just contact us directly, because a lot of times, like, I'm boat space limited. And I plan out, I have a crew that's already going, but if I can have them do something else for a day and like when you guys in as a netter or something, we can do that. But sometimes, like, all the volunteer opportunities we have, they're so limited just by boat space. That's all the space we have. I don't necessarily want to cram you right beside the generator and you stand there. So if there's something that you want to experience that you haven't before, or just want more information, just reach out to us and say, hey, I want to get on this, I want to see this, you have an opportunity for me to hop on.
I think to Bill and Natalie said, I think what traditionally showed up on that spreadsheet has been the things where we need like 5 people or 10 people. But I think Natalie's right. I think there's probably for almost every project, the opportunity just for like one person to go out and we would just take a technician off or something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of times this summer where Mike and I just needed like 1 or 2 bodies, and I didn't even think about reaching out to you guys. It's half the stuff we do isn't blue ribbon focused, but again, it's still the activities that we do on our blue ribbon water that we can get a hand in. Try to keep that in mind, I guess. And I know Mickey came up with us to one water, and I got Rebecca and TJ out on Jordan and Deer Creek this year. So remember for those instances. But yeah, if you ever want to see electrofishing in the summer or night, just reach out. Allow us to squeeze in because Natalie's right.
And a lot of those opportunities are like weather related. I mean, you're not gonna run them in December. You gotta.
Yeah.
We have a window that we can get that in, so you need to be aware of that.
You have to get in there. Make sure your waiters don't.
Is there any, would there be any need to help, or any desire from the council's perspective to help develop projects? Like when the biologists have a project idea, would it be helpful to get ideas from the council beforehand, like as you're putting in proposals? Or no, not really?
I mean, we're always looking at things anyways in my mind. It's just feasibility.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking of a few of my projects, like Mike really wants to go with some improved boat ramps on the Provo. We want the anglers input on where those should go, how they should be used. Even some fish structures, I could say too. I know we have our opinions on where we're going to put our fish structures, but if there's some angling areas on Tornell, Starvation, Pineview, whatever, that you guys want to see some work done, could be done to get your input from that. So I'm not against having your guys' input on some of my central region waters.
And what would be the best, if we're gonna do that? Cause I'm thinking right now, it would have been nice to have more perspective on the Pelican screen, but whatever, not to be that dead horse, but
3 engineers is not enough. 3 different engineers.
no, it is not enough. Like we needed to, not that anyone here is just like a hillbilly, but that's what we needed, the hillbilly perspective.
I got a couple of those.
Right? Yeah. So your hillbilly hat. That ain't gonna work. So anyway, sorry. So what's the best way? Does it just make sense to the regions? And like, if I've got something, a question, just shoot an email. I mean, I can see your emails not blowing up necessarily, but it'll get really busy around the end of December, early December, as WRI and Blue Ribbon proposals are due, right? So is there a better way to get those questions out there to get that feedback?
Well, I'm speaking for myself. I'm semi-retired. My email doesn't blow up much anymore. Thank God.
Right.
A few extra emails, not gonna.
Okay, so email's a good medium for you. Does anybody else have
I don't get 400 a day anymore. So,
because I feel like, we're such a, it's called people. I feel like that's the best way to get feedback, rather, unless you want 1 or 2 people's very specific perspective, right? If you want to just throw it out to the group, it's probably best to just email those. But I feel like that's another opportunity, but maybe we don't have to put it on a spreadsheet, but just know that that's there. Like, it sounds like you guys would like to help if you can. So
Well, traditionally, when we had 11 meetings a year or whatever, we would have a meeting that just laid out all the project proposals by region that we were thinking of bringing to the council. Like, we talked about them briefly today, but we would actually lay them out in past years, and we'd get comments from Blue Ribbon Advisory Council members on positives and negatives of those projects before we actually hit the submit button.
Yeah.
So we used to do something like that, but it's just harder now that the meetings are spread out. trying to fit a lot of stuff in, so.
Right. So maybe it just, I think it could happen via email, at least, maybe just try it this year, see how it goes. If you've got projects you want the feedback.
So Natalie made a good point about not having as many meetings in the last year, going to a quarterly basis. I thought we got a lot more accomplished when we met more frequently, so we weren't trying to cram a bunch of stuff in every quarter.
That's, yeah, that's a subject, at the end of the agenda. Is it working?
Yeah, do we want to just move right into
Yeah, why don't we just set it
that?
up and do it? He's got a good point. On the other hand, has it been a disaster that we've gone to 4, 5? Is it easier on staff, you guys?
Definitely a bit easier on the staff.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I mean, the virtual option's been great too, but yeah, we're always about maxed out as far as pretty much every biologist in our region, probably every region. We're about maxed out every single year with what we accomplish.
And it seems like you're always shorthanded too. You're always trying to find somebody for your region to hire. I like the monthly because I learned so much more. I'm sure that's kind of where you're coming from too. I'm not saying we go there, but something we ought to think about for our January meeting.
Maybe every other month. Thought, just food for thought.
Yeah. Yeah.
Want to think about it, discuss it in January, we start fresh.
So, and I'll just, this is kind of me personally, I guess. We had 11 meetings a year. Natalie and I fish a lot, and a lot of the discussion was, about fishing, which isn't bad. And for me, the 4 meetings really make me focus on what I'm going to share. It gives me time to collect the data, because there's times during the summer months or early fall that we're working, but we don't have anything to present. So I come down here, I sit for 5 hours, have free lunch, go home. I don't feel like I give anything other than maybe some fishing tips or whatever. And so this, not talking about, just talking about the bodies of water and just talking about what we're doing, this made it a lot easier for me, not because I'm not coming, but just because I'm focused on only these bodies of water to present to you guys, so you understand what we're doing and why they're still blue ribbon status, or if you need to reevaluate or those kind of things. For me, that's how I see this meeting. And it's been really beneficial this year, because now as I get a month away from a meeting, I'm like, all right, I've got to get this stuff together so I can, talk about it and make sure that the data is right. I have things put together. That's just me personally. Not saying good, bad, otherwise, but
Calvin, go ahead.
I want to second what Clint just said. It seems in the past, it's always been the monthly meetings we're talking about fishing and, given the most accurate or the most recent fishing report on each body of water in the region, and not talking about the management or the projects. I think for us, we can prepare and have in-depth discussions 4 times a year about these waters and stuff, versus just coming in and say, hey, go use this pattern on, Lower Fish Creek or something. I know that's what everybody would like to hear. We could talk fishing and, on that, but for us, I like to have more of a management and project-based discussion, not just necessarily what's fishing well.
Yeah, I'm very self-centered. Part of why I wanted to get into this was these monthly reports. And I'm writing as fast as I can go. Natalie, talk slower. I can write all this stuff. So, yeah, the selfish part of it,
Totally
it was
understand.
nice.
Totally understand. But
You can call us.
that's what I was just gonna say. Mickey, there is a thing that's called a cell phone, and we do have to carry one. You can call.
Well, we have, we've had 1 year under the new format.
Yeah.
So, I still think we should consider whether we want to change the frequency. I don't even think you have to have it every month or 11 months. Maybe we need to look at the cycle of what you guys are doing. Maybe it's, January is maybe one, maybe the next 2-3 months, or maybe it's April, May, June, or May, June, July. We should be meeting with you more often, or not. I'm not stuck on one format or the other, but when is it most productive, and when can we keep you guys out in the field doing what you need to do and give us the feedback we want, and tell us when we should be fishing and what we should. I mean, I'm open for all of that, but
I think the genesis of us cutting the meetings back was the DWR wanted to focus on, I think there's 4, I don't have a handbook in front of me, goals, maybe it's 6, Blue Ribbon. And I'm just spelling these off the top of my head, but they're identified Blue Ribbon fisheries, which is what we did during today's meeting. One was about something along the lines of funding opportunities. That's not how it's actually worded, but that's what it boils down to, is providing increased angler access and habitat or something like that. But that's what the funding process is. There's one about outreach and promoting Blue Ribbon fishing experiences. Oh, here.
It's
I
right
bring
here.
it up. It's down
Page
right there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What we kind of came up with before meetings is what we thought would be the minimum to accomplish those objectives that are up there. I think after a year, I think we could sit down and say, can we do this in 4 meetings? Do we need 5 meetings to do that? Do we need 6 meetings to do that? I think that's a fair discussion. I also think what the regions have said is very valid as well. And I think probably, and I mentioned this to Trina, it's her show now, but I think probably the way to go forward is if we add meetings, it may be cut the regions out and do more to Salt Lake office related things. I'm still saying the regions are maybe involved 4 meetings a year, but if it's a 5th meeting, it might be just trying to run the show with Salt Lake staff or something like that. Or maybe a field trip. It could be another.
That's what I was thinking, because it sounds like part of the value is, I guess that probably adds work to a specific region, but it sounds like part of the value for meeting is to be able to talk fishing, at least to a certain extent. So maybe we go fishing and
Look at projects. Yeah.
or just like a field tour or we look at projects, and that way we have some time on the ground. And I know that doesn't have work, but we could go to a different region a year, so it wouldn't be, 1 year it might be your region, where you're the one that's going to be kind of being the tour guide, but you'd have 4 years off. So we talked about maybe needing a little bit more time to go over projects ahead of time, or maybe this emailing back and forth might work. What else? TJ and Rich, I guess I'm looking at you mostly, but are there other things that need to be discussed? Like what else are we missing, do you think?
I've got another comment.
Okay.
Relative to the meeting notes. I know this last month, I didn't see it in an email, but in months and years past, sometimes it's as much as 6 to 9 months delayed. And by then it's kind of irrelevant. I'll give you a specific example that I don't see listed on the agenda. We discussed last meeting, which was in which month? June. So we went from June to November. That's a pretty big time frame, but we were discussing the lower Provo and our private property issues. There was an attorney sitting in here that was going to take care of some discussions and then get back to us. So 5 months later, we're now in another meeting and it's not on the agenda. I have no idea what happened.
Yeah, so I should have brought that up. But basically, and I'm just kind of coming into it, but we've been told that it's now under litigation and that we really can't talk about it because it is under litigation.
We can't talk about it as the Department of Natural Resources or as the Blue Ribbon Council.
So I think you guys could talk about it as a Blue Ribbon Council, but in terms of what's happening and where it's going, division employees have been instructed not to talk about it.
Okay.
So, but I should have brought that
That's-
up and mentioned.
That's,
because that
that's
didn't-
fair enough,
It's on.
but there's so many little things like that that
They get lost.
disappear,
Yeah.
don't get communicated. I'm sure things get taken care of. Let me give you another example. About a year and a half ago, the president of the High Country Fly Fishers, which I'm a member of, and I believe so is Larry, came to the Blue Ribbon Council with a proposal to put up to 5 fish access ladders over the private walk-in access points. And based on the scoring system, it scored really low. But here's a device to get onto private property that was in a failing mode onto a Blue Ribbon stream, but yet it never happened. Well, I found out a few days ago through the High Country Fly Fishers newsletter that they got funding sources from other places within the state. But little topics like that would be really nice to know that our Blue Ribbon waters are now protected and are going to have some safe stairs. We discussed it a year and a half ago, but then it just got dropped. So, keeping a list of things that we may have to go back and look at a year and a half later, I think are pretty important.
Yeah. Was it, when it was discussed originally, was it discussed as an action item? Or was it just?
It was part of the group made a pitch, and the first I heard of it was at the meeting where we were like selling projects in the March meeting, right? When Blue Ribbon comes together with Habitat Council.
So it hadn't been submitted.
So they had submitted, it was after a deadline, but Randy and I kind of talked, they came in and presented, but as you understand, WRI, the way that's written and put together, it's all based on scores, and it scored really low. I've been part of the group. I've been part of High Country Fly Fishers, helping them for the last 2 years trying to find locations.
Yeah.
So
Didn't they have to redesign it because some of the landowners objected to the size of the footprint?
well, that's the ones that were had maybe.
Yeah.
So theirs is a lot smaller, just big enough to go over. The first walk-in access area that I ever signed into the program has 3 of those new styles on them right now. But Rich is right. We haven't talked about it here, right? The group came from the outside, put it together, made a proposal. I found out as I'm sitting in there, as a couple of guys came up, what you doing here? And they're like, oh, we're gonna ask for money, right? Like but it did. We haven't talked about it since. And maybe that's on me, like it's something that's kind of a daily work item, but I don't feel in some ways that it's pertinent to the group, and maybe I should have, but it is. I think there's little things probably that do fall through.
Well, that's a specific proposal, and we can understand what the issue is that we haven't got any feedback. The more general problem is getting the proposed minutes so we can review them within some reasonable time of when the meeting occurred. But that's a function of personnel and who can get it done. And I don't know how we solve that. I just happened to keep my notes, and I was able to look at that, the minutes that they came out. It's different times I miss a meeting, I missed a few, and then I come back and you're going to discuss the minutes 6 months later. I can't even remember whether I was there, so how do I vote on it? So I think that's kind of, I don't know how we solve that when we've got personnel logistics problem.
Yeah, it's a logistics thing. I totally hear you. I know these sometimes take 6 months or longer, and sometimes we get 3 of them in a week. I think probably the best been Trina, maybe you and I, and Drew could talk about it. Handle it internally.
Anything else?
Thank you.
I think it's dead on.
Okay. So how long have we been doing this is like the first year, right? That we've done just 4 meetings. Have we gone through a full 4 meeting?
I think
so.
Maybe this is the second of the November meetings.
Okay.
It's been maybe 14 months, 15 months or something like that. So.
Well, let's keep the format around. Let's not make any changes, but I don't know, as we go through this next cycle, if we can keep a running list too of things that we just don't have time to get to, then that helps me understand more or better if we do need to add in another meeting with just me, myself and the council, or maybe just needs to be taken care of in a field trip even, or we just have informal conversations, but we'll just keep that kind of as like a running topic maybe to revisit.
Can I add something from my perspective?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Sure.
so I'm very new to this. And at least from my perspective, I think I attended the one in June. Yeah, right?
June.
Yeah, then June, then this one. At least where I'm at in life right now, it's perfect. To break it up quarterly. But that's just a personal perspective, right? Just where I'm at. In order to fit it in my schedule monthly, would be really hard. I'm part of TU and on the state council, and we do quarterly as well, and that's been very helpful. But then when you go to the regional stuff where it's every single month, it's hard to keep up. It's hard to fit into your schedule. And once you start missing, there's more opportunities to miss, and there's more opportunities to fall behind. And so, for what it's worth, at least from my perspective, I can say I'm happy with the format, and it feels good. It's been very informative. And if there's going to be opportunities in between those to help or be a part of projects, then that only adds more to it and makes room for those opportunities as well. So I think I wasn't a part of every month, so I have no idea what that's like. But all I know is that with my current schedule, that would be very hard to commit to, especially in the summer months with guiding and working. It'd be very hard to actually do. So just my 2 cents.
Sounds good.
Very well. And
Did
then
anyone else have?
we've got Habitat Council coming up too, don't we? That
It's in
joint
March,
meeting,
isn't it?
usually March. And that's a bit of work to get ready to review all those projects. We also built into the system, if I remember, the ability to call a meeting. We need to either remotely or in person. Didn't we provide for that? I think we did. So we still have that capability, but maybe we need to change the frequency. I'm open. But I appreciate a lot of folks have other things going besides this. This is not as big a problem for me time-wise as some of you other folks might have, but we're open.
Let's keep it as something we maybe just revisit, that we don't forget about, that we revisit. I don't know, I guess I would like to go through the process or go through a year and just see what kind of business we can cover, I guess, in the 4 meetings allotted, and then evaluate it. Yeah, it's hard when you just step in, right? And yeah, I could have done a better job of coming to these meetings more often, changing it up with Natalie, but when I was manager, but I just really did it. That was a lot of meetings, so.
It could be the fact that you just need an extra hour on one meeting too, not necessarily an entire day or anything. Maybe you just need 1 extra hour to do the materials, as opposed to just creating a whole new day for it.
We talked about that one thing. I don't know if people notice this. We cut the half-hour lunch to create an extra half-hour on the day, but that's another way to.
And when I've driven 3 hours, I'm here. If I need 1 extra hour here, it's not that big of a deal. So just throwing that part out there too, but it might not take a whole another day. It might just take 1 extra hour or something like that.
Good point.
Same here. Good point. I'm not 3 hours away.
Gotta get her down.
Well, that leaving at 3 is pretty nice. for crowd.
So we start at 9.
Yeah, but keep that on the front end, you gotta get here earlier. Start earlier.
Well, we've struggled with, finding reps that, to meet the number of meetings. So I'd worry about that if you really bumped up the number of meetings, especially for the regions and people that are in the Wasatch Front. It can be hard to make all the meetings.
I like the 4, but I'd like to maybe add 1 or 2 field trips in the fall or the summer or spring, you know.
Now, let's see if we can do that. That happened.
So we went up to, what the heck, Lost Creek Reservoir up there one year, and that was a great time. I mean,
And I mean, oftentimes when we've done these field trips, it's been, fish from 9 to 2 and meet per hour or something like that. So you get a little meeting time as well.
then we did the electro fishing down there on the lower Provo with Mike. And that was a lot of fun.
I think that's coming up this year.
Sure, my waders don't have any holes in them.
Good idea.
You have the Blue Ribbon budget review.
Yeah, so I just went through, I guess that not everything is out and Randy, tell me if this is not the right, if this isn't what I should be.
What I saw a glimmer of, I think you're good. So.
Okay, so, these are the projects for the year. I'm trying to get it so you can see all of them. There are the projects for the year. And then this is the expenditure column here. But they don't really they haven't started sending out expenditure reports yet for all of the projects. So this is just what I could glean from what I have access to. So you can see that we've spent out all of the helicopter support. And yeah, that's that bottom one here, the 30,000, that's entirely gone. The folks doing the Creel, and that includes Starvation, Flaming Gorge, Pelican, the Central Region, Community Waters, and then the Jordanelle Creel who's charged into that. So you can see they're spending that down. That's the 24,418. That's the OE outfitter budget. No, that's not. Is it what?
Biologists. So they're.
Oh yeah.
That's
Okay.
Nick.
That's Nick's salary. Nick's getting paid. Sorry. The 17,840. So that's spent out. He's not only 17,000. I don't know.
But
You
you
don't need to worry about
haven't
that.
got all of the figures of the expenditures by each region or biologist yet. When are those due?
They just roll in through the year. So they've got until June 30th to spend all this out. So you'll see some of these projects, just accumulate expenses, or you'll see no expenses. If it's like a springtime next year project, when it happens, I think
I haven't spent anything.
yeah, and when I gave these in the past, what I did is you can do it however you want to try it. I gave a percent of the budget left, but what you would see sometimes is, like May, we would still have 80% of our budget left. And then June, we'd have like 10%. And that's because a slug of expenses happen, like May, June time frame, if we start to empty the budget.
And particularly with construction projects.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I can speak to the starvation spillway screen. Still waiting on the final design from the engineers. Then I can get that over to your reclamation for the NEPA work, which shouldn't take that long. And then we can put it out for fabrication, but we still, I guess we're spending a little bit of money here and there, just to pay the engineer, a couple thousand at a time. So that's actually, that value should probably be just about $6,000 right now, but literally that was just processed. But the big chunk of that money is gonna be, coming through at the very end of the fiscal year, once the screen's been fabricated and delivered to site. And
Did you find yourself an old farmer to work on that project?
so we need, right? You'll be like, put her together, yeah. No, we'll put that one up again. Probably get it. Anyway, So, yeah, like, and, yeah, normally we would get an expenditure report, right? But, I guess for all of, everybody's waiting for expenditure reports for the Habitat Council of Blue Ribbon, is what I was told, if I understand correctly.
That might be possible. You can get Daniel up if you want the updated ones. I think he gets more regular about them, get to the end of the fiscal year.
I talked with Allison and she made it sound like there was, yeah, everybody was waiting. So, but I mean, this shows, you know, a bit of the spending. So, and then, yeah, so you would just present it as a percent of the budget remaining?
I did it because it's easy to
Yeah.
see, you know, like 1%, 4% left, you know, whatever.
Okay, I'll do that for next time.
But I did it the same way, trying to, you know, show the projects, the lines,
Yeah.
how the percent remaining for page one.
Sounds good. And that's the blue ribbon requested.
Yeah, I just did the blue ribbon. That's what I copied it off of. Granted, it charges proportionally across all the projects, so
Right.
that's the same.
Yeah. Any questions on any of the projects specifically? Okay.
Anything else you want to present on that budget?
No, I think that's good.
We don't have a new business, but we should have new business at the end of the meeting, so it's open. Anybody have anything they want to bring up as new business? That enough? Okay. Well, here's the one formality. Somebody needs to make a motion to adjourn, and somebody needs to make a
I want to
second.
bring up one thing real quick. So I have accounted for your hours, your volunteer hours today at this meeting. Is there anyone who needs to report volunteer hours for time outside? Okay, so, let me just take your name down and then I'll get with you later. I'm not gonna turn these in until like December. These are just for 2023. So it might be more efficient just to contact you later. Anyone else that I need to?
Do you want those as a total or by date?
By date. So when I, like, I'll probably just call y'all like the week of the 27th or the week of the 4th.
I'll get it
So-
emailed together, because I gotta go back through my calendar.
Yeah, if you got a lot, then that probably would be the easiest.
Can you define what those hours might be for?
Okay, so I think time spent fishing, right? Fishing the southern region waters,
Yeah, I'd say
driving or fishing or both?
I include the driving because I figure that's still part of the volunteer activity. So driving, fishing the waters, attending these meetings. If you have any other, I don't know, blue ribbon any assignments, you know, like Larry, your time, you know, putting seminars together, things like that. You know, so.
I gotta make me a spreadsheet.
Going down and doing electroshock and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Count all that.
Fishing.
Yeah.
Count the travel time.
Any place that I give a talk or something, I try to wear my blue ribbon shirt or do river cleanups and stuff like that. And I always end up talking to somebody. With anything like that.
I'd say if you're promoting blue ribbon, go ahead and report it and just, you know, or maybe just roll it up into like one day, those miscellaneous blue ribbon outreach, you just call it, you know, 6 hours or whatever you think you've done in the year.
Yeah, yeah, they're not gonna.
How many hours is the requirement?
There's no requirement, although, yeah, there's none, but I think you get counted for dedicated hunter time. I think we've only ever had one person do that, but I think there's some way you can do that, and then you get some hour requirements or something.
Best way to mess up a good hunt is to shoot something. So.
So maybe I need to contact everyone who did report scores too, then. Okay, I'll get with y'all in the next couple of weeks. We'll get this taken care of. I just wanted to throw that out there now. Next week.
Now I need a vote in a second to adjourn. Are y'all wants
to adjourn?
Okay. Second. Second. All in favor? Thank you.